Well, good evening, everyone. We're here for March 1st, City of Steamboat Springs City Council meeting. And Julie, could you call roll, please?
Robin Crossan,
Here.
Heather Sloop,
Here.
Ed Briones,
Here.
Micah Bacino,
Here.
Gail Gary,
Here.
Dakota McGinley,
Here.
and Joella West.
Here. Thank you. Why don't we stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance? There's a flag in the front and a flag to our left. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And with the pledge being said, I'd like to thank the 2 fighter pilots that did a flyover today at the ski area at approximately 11:55. It was wonderful and so nice to see that they were supporting the Air Force retirees that are skiing at the mountain this week and enjoying our community. So thank you to them. Our city council reports will start this evening. And Heather, let's start on this side tonight.
You kind of caught me off guard, Robin. I'm pretty sure I have absolutely nothing to report.
I think you had other places to be. Well, good for you. Joella.
Well, I'll take up all the time with an account of my adventures over the last 2 weeks. Chamber Marketing, they have hired their new digital content manager. We talked about updating the destination management master plan. We got an update on marathon registration and on their media strategies and their creative vision. And there was a discussion about whether or not there should be an additional ambassador program. At the Peak Health Alliance Steering Committee meeting, we talked about the phase 2 funding. The county is covering the costs of that, which is pretty fantastic, and big thank yous to the county for stepping up to that. It's so important. We talked about phase 2 of this project, which is the negotiation part of it. We talked about and reviewed the negotiating principles that will be involved in that. They are now in 10 counties in Colorado, and they are looking to be in route and 1 more county in 2023. I took the CML webinar on ARP housing plan opportunities, what to do with what they characterize as the leftover $400 million, how to create transformation and change in housing opportunities. Economic Development Commission, we talked about the Routt County Economic Development Partnership. We got an update. The bylaws are in draft. A few things related to that. Next month, they will be talking about childcare. At the DOLA roadmap meeting, we talked about a draft of the vision statement. And we talked about the identified initiatives and areas, business attraction, retention and expansion, workforce development and transition, regional transportation, housing, and childcare. And I spent some time still in my never-ending quest to know everything there is to know about trash. I made a little headway again in the last couple of weeks, learned a little bit more about the bear-proof containers, a little bit more about pay-as-you-throw, talked about possibilities for glass collection centers, how to handle food waste, which brings up a point. I wonder if council would be interested in allocating some time during a work session to come so that we can really dive in a little deeper to all of the various things that go into trash or shouldn't. And that's it.
Great, great. Joella. Thank you. Michael.
Nothing major. It was a nice off last week with blues break with the kids. And then I did have one meeting today was with CAST, the Housing Task Force. That HASC is their going through, and it's just kind of let you guys know that there's some House Bill 22-1117 allowing for use of lodging tax. There's discussion about taxing the STRs as commercial. Don't think that's going to be in this legislative session coming up, but it is something that's on the radar for ongoing discussions. It just right now, it seems like on the state level, it's really complicated to how you're going to collect it in different ways of, increasing someone's property tax, residential, that kind of stuff. So that may be a conundrum. However, that was brought up that we should maybe legislate on the state level to allow the county by county make some of those decisions. So that was kind of where Cast is thinking. Again, this is just kind of a breakdown group. And then we talked also about federal lending and deed restrictions, because right now Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac will not, I guess they don't have any, they don't fund if there's a deed restriction on the property. And so we're trying to get on a state level to change that so that as we go into the other ski towns as well as ourselves into the next Brown Ranch and in deed restrictions, how's that going to be with actually people getting financed through Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae and stuff like that. So those are all on the discussion topics of this housing with Cast. And so when you guys go this week, I'm sure it's going to be something that we brought up quite a bit.
Great.
Mhm.
And maybe when those Cast minutes are available, you could forward them to Julie.
Mhm.
And then they could be forwarded to all of us. so we
Yeah,
can
that'd be
read
great.
through
Yeah,
them.
it was good. It was a couple hours ago. So
Great.
get up to you as soon as she gets it.
Great. Thank you, Michael. Eddie?
I just want to apologize for the last city council meeting. I was unable to attend, was dealing with a water valve leak over at our Yampa Wells in Majestic Circle. So that took up probably half my day and into the night and next day over. But since then, I attended the Ski with Council twice at House and Hill, which is pretty awesome. A lot of donut holes were being handed out, a lot of kids getting sugar high and crashing probably when they got home. So just kind of disclaim that city's not responsible for that. But it was a success. I mean, House and Hill is just such a gem. I mean, you go from in the morning when I first get there, like a couple people, then all of a sudden, an hour later, it's just full of activity. So I think Ski with Council is an awesome thing to experience and do. House and Hill is an awesome place, just a wonderful resource for our town and for the county and probably for the state, because a lot of people were coming there to ski for free. And yeah, I just think Michael and I are signed up for this Sunday. And I think it's just an awesome thing to do. And we should be doing it every year over there.
Very cool.
Yep.
And just a reminder for the folks that are going to the Ski with Council on Sunday, if you would take notes and send a quick email to Julie so she can forward the comments to all of us, we'd really appreciate that. We do that in the summertime with Farmers Market. And I think we agreed that we would do that with the ski.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was
Council as
interesting.
well.
The dialogue is a little different than the farmer's market.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And it is. And I was waiting for some substance thing to
Oh.
bring back to you guys. But a lot of it was just visitors and people saying how much they love the mountain. And the
That's
fact that,
great.
are these free? I mean, they were like, wow, yeah,
Yeah.
take it.
Very cool.
But yeah, if we get some, I would encourage any locals in city council or people to come down, and that's where we are. That's why we're doing this. And so if we can have those substantive conversations with them, that would help out a lot. That's why we're trying to be approachable.
You don't have to ski. You can just come.
You
by
don't
and
have to
chat.
ski.
It's
Yes.
still
Okay.
a fun
Well,
place. to
and
be.
I
That's
think
just where we are.
for everybody else too, just because there's 2 spots to sign up does not mean that all 7 of us can
Correct.
show up.
We absolutely can.
If you realize that you have a hole in your life and you can fill it with happiness at Allison, you should do it.
We could all
And
go
donut holes.
and we could catch some turns together after.
There you go.
Right.
All right, Eddie, anything else?
No, that's it.
Well, thank you for being there.
Thank you.
Dakota?
Yeah, I've got a couple things. I was able to tour the police department and meet with Police Chief Sherry, Burlingame. Welcome and great work so far. We're honored to have you along with Jerry Stabil. Thank you so much for your work. I also popped in for one of the Brown Ranch group sessions on the housing demand study. And I think that we could all benefit from hearing more about their results and their potential approaches to meeting demand. I think it could be beneficial to They said they'd send us any data or info, but I wonder when our next meeting is scheduled with, the housing authority. And if we don't have anything on the books, it might be worthwhile to have an agenda item or a work session to really touch base, especially when they complete their community engagement sessions or before. I also sat in on the Climate Action Collaborative Board meeting, and we discussed a management RFP as well as working group structure, communication plan, and data collection strategy. I was also interested to learn about the educational component, and we're considering maybe a steering committee of sorts that involves a staff member, a working group member of each group, and a board member. And I will be meeting with Big Consulting for our DEI workshop to plan out what we hope to gain. And that looks like it might be a half-day training session for us council members. So if you have any tips or thoughts that you would like to gain from that, it would be, your input is very welcome. And I'm meeting with them next week. So yeah, that is all. Thanks.
Well, Dakota, thank you. And World Traveler?
Exactly. I have one thing. I sat in on the Northwest Colorado Development Council meeting, and basically the group reviewed different projects for the Just Transition Grant. And I think the discussion really focused on making sure that the grant requests focused on the economic development aspects as well as were in alignment with the purpose of the grants.
Cool. Well, thank you for that. I have just a few. I talked to a few people about pay as you throw as well. So I'm learning more about that and other things that we can do in our community. I met with Sam Jones, and he is responsible for EFB, Education Fund Board. And so we will be listening to their presentation the beginning of April. We'll see that on the agenda when we do agenda review. I was invited to speak with the ministerial group of our community and had the opportunity to lay out what our city goals were for a group of people that are very, very, very interested in doing something city county-wide over the next 2, 3 to 5 years. And so it was just a beginning of a meeting, and hopefully we'll start working forward a little bit with this group to see where we can go in our community to work together for a big community project, which would be really amazing to do. I spoke with Michelle on Water Team. They are going to try to determine when the best time is for meetings. And then I explained that between Dakota and I, we would figure out who's going to be attending for the second person on Water Team. So I don't think we've gotten anything on that yet. She assumed by the mid-end of March, they would start setting meetings up. So that's where we are on that. So that's it. So what I heard was, Joella, you might be interested in talking about recycling again at some moment in time, and Dakota wanting us to look at Yampa Valley Housing Authority. If it's okay with this group, we'll look at that at agenda review next week and see where we can start sliding some of these things in. Is that okay? Great.
Great.
All right.
thank you.
I'd like to remind everybody that's online, or if there's anyone in the audience, that we do public comment after the city manager's report or at 6 o'clock. Looking at the time, I'm assuming we might be a little early tonight in case you are queuing up for public comment. So Gary?
Do you want to do agenda review?
Oh, I forget that every week, don't I? That's the second time.
We're here to
Agenda
help.
review. We really do need to do agenda review tonight, everyone. So if we would just start with our next session, which is our work session on the 8th. And we have big items to go over: our short-term rental taxes, fees, and incentives, our short-term rental policy, and short-term rental enforcement. Is there anything, let's take them one by one. On fiscal sustainability, is there anything that we need to ask the team to pull together for us for the packet for next week? Other than, following what we started a few weeks back. Okay. All right. Short-term rental policy. Is there anything there that we need to feel, that anyone feels they need to have more information on in order for us to have a good conversation on that?
I would just encourage everyone to watch the planning commission or read the minutes prior to coming to that.
Right. We actually discussed having planning commission meeting minutes in the packet along with recent CAST survey that was done and suggestions from other cities. Well, for what other cities are doing. So some of that will be in the packet for everyone.
And will we get somewhat of kind of an overview of where the planning commission kind of discussions are at this point? In addition, I mean, it'd be great to
That's
have
the
the
purpose.
notes, but
Right, that's the notes.
well, it'll be the notes as opposed to an outline.
It'll be there. Rebecca, would you like to comment on that? Notes as opposed to an outline?
Rebecca Bessie, Planning Director. So the presentation that I have prepared for you for next week is a summary overview of where Planning Commission is headed. But thank you for the reminder that you had asked for their meeting minutes, so I can compile those and get those in the packet as well.
Right, and then CAST just recently had sent out, we just want to make sure it's in the packet for the public. That the CAST had just sent us some information that they had done a survey on. How long ago was that? Well, we'll find
Yeah,
it. We'll make
was
sure you
a-
have it.
Several, I mean, it was a
Okay.
while back, right?
Yes.
We're talking about not
No,
something.
They just did an updated one,
Yeah.
so I can find it and I'll send it to you to pop in.
I
Thank
know
you.
we all have it, but I want the public to be able to see it as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and then the short-term rental enforcement. Some of the things we talked about were having substantive suggestions for enforcement. What does Granicus provide? Where might the gaps be? And what direction do we want to go? So if you think of anything else between today and tomorrow that we need to add to this, let us know.
I think I'm looking at more policymaking with this and how it's not just what Granicus is giving us. I think we all have a great understanding of the fact that they are not going to be doing enforcement, but I really want to get down to the dirty of what happens when somebody calls? Who do they call? How is it followed up and how is it recorded? And is that something that is, even if it's a warning, how does that look on our side through planning or the police department? We already saw a situation where somebody emailed us saying, I tried, I did everything right, and I still didn't get it. So even though that person was trying to do the right thing, when does this become something where it's an enforceable act? When do the 3 strikes you're out rule or whatever rule we make, when does that occur? Because into Michael's position, when we were talking about this in the summer, what happens if somebody just doesn't like their neighbor and keeps calling for no apparent reason? I want to know where we have, how and when we can set these ground rules and what they look like. So it isn't arbitrary where we have a police officer or a code enforcement officer coming and saying, yeah, but I knew the guy and he was really friendly, so I didn't give him a noise complaint, even though there was one. Or, you know what, the neighbor doesn't like him, so there really wasn't an issue. So I want to make sure that we have something that's very point blank and that it's enforceable. This is all about enforcement. And we've heard from the property management people that they want the enforcement and that there isn't a problem, but we don't have anything documented that there is or is not. And so we need to get this really down to the brass tacks, in my opinion.
Okay, so that's part of our conversation
Right.
for next week. So it's sounding to me like obviously Rebecca will be there. It sounds like Sherry will need to be in the room with us as we discuss that.
Mhm.
Are anyone else, Dakota?
I would like to know if there's any documentation of what policy we have to go off of currently, if there's current VHR code enforcement policy. I would like to see that if that's not already included.
Okay, Rebecca and Sherry, that's
Yeah.
feasible to do?
And-
Where our codes are at the moment?
The only thing I would add to Heather is I know Rebecca and everyone's going to try to get some information to us. What I'm looking for is more of a framework, I know it's hard to establish what enforcement's going to look like without having a policy in place. However, I think we can make some assumptions to what some of these rules and regulations are going to be that are going to require the enforcement. And I think that's more what I'm looking for, is to see, what kind of framework do we already have in the process so that as we draft the policy, it's ready to go? Because I don't expect them to have the policy of our enforcement until we give them the policy.
Right. Okay. Any other comments before we move on? Okay. So then we'll move on to March 15th. We're going to do a liquor license authority first, and then we will have our joint meeting with our county commissioners.
Oh, you're right.
And then we'll move on from there. The one thing that we should probably bring up now, Gary, is now appropriate to bring this up, the planning commission interviews and whether we want to postpone them or not.
Planning commission interviews,
Yeah,
because of the extension of the terms.
right.
Dan,
There's an ordinance on the agenda tonight. that
Okay,
addressed
we'll
that
look at
issue.
it then.
extend
Thank
those
you.
terms.
All right. Does anybody have anything else for that meeting? All right, then we move to Tuesday, April 5th. That's where EFB is going to come. And just a reminder, as Gary reminded us the other day at agenda review, we've had a few meetings that have been fairly concise, accurate, and short. And now we're going to pay the price for that over the next several meetings. So you're going to see lots of first readings, second readings, and consent, all that stuff going on with public hearings. So be prepared for a long night on that day. And then Tuesday, April 5th, we also have the base area redevelopment and the URAC presentation, and that'll be an hour and a half as well. And then we move to April 12th, and it is a work session with fire mitigation, water conservation efforts, and fiscal sustainability. Okay, if we're all okay with that, we'll move forward. And we'll work to plug in those two other items as quickly as we can. Great, so Gary?
Thank you, Madam President. My first item in the city manager report is the mid-year council retreat. So I would like council to start thinking about a date in, I said in May or June, to talk, just to check up on our goals, our working agreements, how are things working, especially with the new council. I think that will be timely. It's going to be here faster than we think. So my question is, I picked out a few dates. My first question is, what day of the week? I was thinking Friday morning. That's typically when we have our retreats. Would that be best for everybody? And if so, I could pick some dates like May 13 or May 20, June 10 or June 17, and perhaps send out a doodle poll. Unless you all want to pick a date now, if
Well,
it could be done quickly and efficiently.
The only question I have is for Dakota and Eddie. Is a day or a morning going to work well for you? Or is it better to do something late afternoon into the evening?
No, if it's a retreat, definitely, I'll make time for it.
Okay, Dakota? Okay, all right. So just wanted to make sure.
So we'll send out a few dates. It's imperative everybody be there.
It was good.
20th.
Yeah, why don't you just throw those dates out right now?
I had May 13, May 20,
May 13 doesn't work.
May 13's out, May 20,
May 20 is good.
May 20, no. How about June 10,
No,
Well, not even right.
June 17?
nope.
Going to Europe?
Yep. Kids are gone.
Well, that's as far as we're going. So
May
does
20th.
everyone feel that May 20th will work? Gail's a no.
I've got a potential conflict.
There are some other, let me take a quick look at the calendar here. Could do May 13.
Not good
No, I
for
already
me.
said that.
That's a no.
May 6,
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
May 6
Gail?
looks pretty
May
good.
6 work.
May 6th for everyone?
May 6.
May 6th it is.
I'll send out an invite.
Can you do 6?
I can't confirm at this moment. Got like 3 different calendars to check.
Yeah.
But is it something that we could do virtually if we need to?
If you needed to, absolutely.
Okay.
We can make that work.
Great.
And then I also looked at May 27. That's around
Memorial
On into
weekend.
Memorial. That's
weekend.
not going to work. Did I say June 3rd? I did not say June 3rd. That's a possibility.
June 3rd could work.
June 3rd.
So Dakota, let's say
Just to
it's
check her
it's
calendar.
either going to be May
Just have an
6th,
alternate date would be
May
good.
6th, the alternate's June 3rd. So you'll get back to Gary?
June 3rd might not work. Let me just, that's one.
Last day of school, isn't it?
Yeah, June 3rd is not.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so we'll look at May 6th.
May
I'll send out
6th.
an
Six
invite.
sounds great, Gary.
I'll send out an invite.
Thank you for
Thank you.
organizing
That's
that
awesome
for
to be
us.
able to do that
It's
uh,
done.
real time. From the departments, we have reports from finance, PD, deputy city manager, and fire. So I'll start with finance. The accounting department, they're wrapping up the 2021 accounts payable, accruals, deferrals, reconciliations, et cetera. We're also back on Kronos, which is our timekeeping software. That came up, and as soon as I tested it, it worked fine. So everything seemed to be going smoothly on that, where we were without that and had to go manual for, I think, almost a couple of months, at least 6 weeks. Sales and use tax auditors. I do want to give a shout out to our auditors. They do a great job. And literally, these are the types of positions that are pretty difficult because they have to go out and audit retailers and so forth, which is kind of an awkward, uncomfortable thing to do sometimes, but they do hold people accountable. And in my estimation, just the sales taxes that they receive, the additional sales taxes they receive from their audits more than pay for their positions. So they're kind of positions with a return on investment. And I just wanted to acknowledge their job. They've done a lot of building use tax reconciliations because of increased construction in the community, obviously, and using the new City View software. So they've had to adapt to that. So shout out to the sales and use tax auditors. There are lists of our procurement and contracting in the finance department, including the bids and RFPs that are currently open. There's a list of the bids and RFPs, requests for proposals that have closed recently. Under Tom Leeson, Deputy City Manager, is Intergovernmental Services, and Winnie Della Quadre and her division. So there they list the grants that they have applied for, the grants that we've received. These are the same positions. They bring in so much grant money. We've had a reputation here for being so successful in grants, literally for decades. I remember coming here 30 years ago and touring the town and being very impressed with the grant writing capability of this city, and it continues to this day. It's exceptional. An update on our electric vehicle readiness plan. There's quite a bit of detail that Winnie put in there in terms of our lofty goals. And it's an interesting read. There's several paragraphs in there. There's an update on our green business program with the Chamber and Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation, Main Street, CMC, Randy Rudazik's Entrepreneurship Center, Yampa Valley Sustainability Council, and the green business program. So there's an update on all of their efforts. A brief update on our special event process review. The special event software went live on February 11th. It's great. It's amazing how well it works. Initially, there's a lot of detail that we have in there, considering where we were 5 years ago when I got here. This is light years ahead. And I basically get an email. I can read the details of each event, authorize, ask questions, add conditions, so forth and so on. So seems to be working real well. Kudos to Rachel and staff that have screened, purchased, and launched that software. Updates on our Department of Local Affairs Recovery and Resiliency Roadmap and those consultants. Our Climate Action Collaborative, which has had its first couple of meetings. City 101 is resuming. Of course, we postponed that because of the COVID outbreak in the middle of winter. So that's kicking off again tomorrow. Our recycling efforts, we're going to be updating the hauler data reporting requirements. That ordinance has been dated and ineffective since I got here. So you can expect to see that in April. I think it said March. We're probably going to need March to look at that and develop it and bring it back for first reading in April. In information technology, we have had staff turnover there. You can see we hired a GIS specialist and he was here for a week and resigned after his wife took a job in Arizona. So that was disappointing. But we're continuing to recruit. We're still trying to find an IT developer. That's been a difficult recruitment. Some positions are easier to recruit for than others. This one has just been exceptionally difficult. We are going with multi-factor authentication, or MFA, and you'll be seeing that with your iPads and so forth and so on. You have to put in codes. It's a two-level process to help enhance our security. There's an update from Mike Lane and Emily Hines on communications. They do an amazing job just keeping us transparent and getting the word out on everything we're doing through website visitation updates, Facebook updates. You can follow our Instagram posts, our YouTube channels, and all of the media releases that we do. So thanks to Mike and Emily for their efforts and keeping the public informed. Under facilities, congrats to Brian Ashley. He has passed his GC, General Contractors Exam, with Routt County Building Department. So that allows him basically to apply for a permit and do jobs on site. So I'm not going to ask what happened before he got his, but our guys are very talented and they do a great job. And we've got folks that are experienced in HVAC and carpentry and all kinds of things to help maintain our 130 plus buildings that we have in the ownership of the city. So updates on that, some of the heat outages that we've had, and some of the things that they're taking on in terms of maintenance to Haymaker, the tennis center, and RFPs for painting that are coming out. Fairly detailed report from police. So you recall we started putting these police reports into our manager's report, I believe last year, and there was a request to provide more historical context and historical comparisons. So we now have that in this report going back to 2019. So there are updates on calls for service. There's a call volume history going back to for the last 3 years. Report on animal control. Looks like animal bites are flat. Just about 54, 55 animal bites a year. It's kind of surprising for the town, but they do happen on a regular basis. Bear calls, you can see the bear calls have gone up since 2019. That's interesting. Traffic accidents have also gone up. That follows a statewide trend where there are increased accidents and increased fatalities, if you'll check the CDOT report. So people are just driving more recklessly. So just like to put out a message to pay attention, come to a stop at stop signs, look for pedestrians and bikes. We're soon going to be launching motorcycle and bicycle season. So that really requires one to be more aware when you're driving out there. And of course, we have a lot of pedestrians walking around here in Steamboat Springs. Updates on DV, domestic violence, Mine Springs co-responder program, which we started a couple of years ago. There's an update on staffing, and I'll talk a little bit later about our staffing shortage. We're currently down 8 officers, or that's 27% of our patrol officers. And fire reports on their notable events. We started 4 new firefighter/EMTs, emergency medical technicians, into our training academy, and there's some updates on them. And I do want to make the comment, and I'll touch upon this again in a little bit, that public safety, it takes the longest amount of time to get people trained and certified before they can actually go out and do the job. So it's months of training. You just can't hire somebody and have them here in a couple of weeks and start. So there's a long lead time with that in both police and fire. Chief Sarasoli met with various organizations to discuss wildfire mitigation. That is coming around the corner quickly. Participated with the Bureau of Land Management, Parks and Rec here in Steamboat Springs, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, which used to be the SCS, Soil Conservation Service, Colorado State Forest Service, and of course, Steamboat Springs Fire Rescue. Exciting news that the fire department, I know council is aware of this because of the budget process, they've ordered their new Type 3 wildland fire engine, and they expect delivery in early June of 2022. For a fire engine, that's pretty remarkable. I mean, you can't even get a washing machine before then. So, and of course, unfortunately, there were a couple of structure fires that happened in January in the midst of in the depth of winter. And appreciation goes out to the fire services for handling those. There are updates on the number of calls, and that is included as attachment 2. That is mislabeled in the report. There's 2 attachment 1 ones in there. The first attachment 1 is the police department statistics and graphs, and attachment 2 is the fire department statistics and graphs. And also updates on fire prevention, operations and training, and public education events. That's what I've got. You can read the details in the report and find it on steamboatsprings.net. Click on agenda, go to today's meeting, click on the packet, and it's all in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll start. Joella, any questions for Gary?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Michael?
I'm good. Thank you.
Eddie?
All good. Thank you.
Dakota?
Nope, thank you.
Gail?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I don't have any tonight, Gary.
Guys, come on. I have them.
Then
All
you
right.
got it. It's all
Okay.
you.
I expected you to ask all my questions for me.
Go, Robin.
For the SAFER grant, I know that it's been put in. We've requested the grant money. Do we have an idea what the timeline is on finding out one way or the other on that?
We can hear from Chuck, but it takes a while.
I just was wondering, 6 months? You know,
So they roll out their awards starting at the end of May through the end of September. So in years past, we sometimes hear early. If we don't hear anything, we figure we're still in the running, and then we've also been denied in late
Right.
September. So
right. Okay, don't leave. Because I think there's one more. Oh, the public
board.
education events that you said, which is totally understandable that you had to cancel because of COVID. Is there a date possible that you would start rolling that back out again?
we've started rolling those out again now.
All right, that's
Doing
cool.
one on Friday.
Well, thank you.
Have one for
Thank you very much, Chuck.
Girl Scouts. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
And I just wanted to give kudos to your firefighter Lewis for completing his engine checkoff process. Great person and glad that he's moving forward with training. So thank him for us.
Awesome. Thanks.
That's it.
Thank you.
All right, so it's 20 minutes of 6. Our city manager report is over. So we will take public comment at this time. So if there's anyone from the public that would like to make public comment, let me read what I have to read here. Public comment will be provided after staff reports or at 6 PM, whichever comes first. City council will make no decisions nor take action except to direct the city manager. Those addressing city council are requested to identify themselves by name and address. All comments shall not exceed 3 minutes. And we appreciate diverse community views. So if there's anyone here in the audience live that would like to make a public comment, not on something not on tonight's agenda, please feel free to come down. Okay, I see no one. Is there anyone in our virtual audience that could put their hand up or just go off mute and give us 3 minutes of public comment? I see some folks online. If you're not giving me a hand up or going off of mute, I will close public comment. All right, not seeing any, so we will move on.
This will be the only night.
All right, and so we are moving on to our community reports. We have 3 tonight. Our first is our childcare feasibility study. And just as a reminder on this, the county has already seen this feasibility study. And we are here tonight to listen to it ourselves. And then if there's any questions that need to be asked, especially clarifying questions, because we are meeting with the county on March 15th, and that's when we will have our discussion surrounding the joint effort on this.
Correct.
Great.
Winnie
Thank you, Winnie.
Delaquadri, your Special Projects and Intergovernmental Services Manager. Alexis Wolf, your Recreation Superintendent, Manager, thank you. I'm really bad with titles, is here as well. And we also have the consulting team from Epic here, and they are going to be the ones that are doing the presentation tonight. So Epic, you can go ahead and start your screen sharing. As they get the screen sharing started, I just wanted to provide a little bit of history on the city's involvement with childcare. The city and the school district originally started the Young at Heart preschool, which was a childcare center, which was for children birth through age 2, so up until age of 3. In the late 90s, or in 1997, we started with the county First Impressions. And then we also, at that time, Young at Heart had spun off as a nonprofit serving the entire community and not just city and school district. And they were struggling financially because they were just birth through 3. And that was challenging financially. And so we spent a good deal of staff time merging Young at Heart with First Tracks to get Young Tracks as a sustainable nonprofit childcare facility. And then we facilitated and did all of the project development, project management, and grant seeking for building the Young Tracks childcare facility. So there were no city dollars in that, but there was a significant amount of city time as well as city grant writing in that. And it was a funded facility. We also looked at partnering with CMC and did a feasibility study to do a childcare center up at CMC. And we weren't able to move forward with that, even though there was significant interest at that time, due to the fact that they're really the incline of the hill that it is on really did not lend itself well to outdoor play spaces, as well as the fact that the building was so old that it would be, the building that we were looking at was so old that it would have been challenging to get doors installed from every classroom to the outdoors, which was required. So we weren't able to move forward there. We also did a feasibility study or a feasibility analysis of trying to get childcare into the Iron Horse, now the flour mill, when it was ours. So I guess my point is that the city has identified childcare as an issue for the community and an issue for the city for the entire 25 years that I have been working for the city. And I have worked on this on and off, and it is a very reoccurring theme. So I'm really thrilled tonight that we have a childcare feasibility study with information for you, because I think it'll get you up to speed on the issue of childcare. So I'm going to turn it over to our EPIC consultants.
Hi, thank you so much. Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Nicole Reel. I get to serve as president and CEO of Executives Partnering to Invest in Children. Thank you so much for having us this evening. Our organization is a 13-year-old nonprofit here in Colorado, founded by originally business executives as well as some nonprofit and philanthropic leaders who really wanted to create an organization that could not only serve as a voice in support of early childhood policies and solutions in Colorado, really focused on workforce goals for the current and future workforce here in Colorado, but also really help to address, community-based initiatives that really focused on expanding access to quality and affordable early care and education for families in the workforce. So we've been very, very lucky and pleased to work with your team in Steamboat Springs and Routt County on this project. It's been a great experience for us. I also have my colleague Alicia Gomez on the call. She serves as our Director of Programs and Initiatives. And I am going to turn it over to our project lead on this effort, Steph Edelman, who will be presenting to you this evening. So thank you again for having us. Hopefully I'll have the chance to see a few of you later in March at the Economic Development Council meeting as well in person. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Nicole. Nice to see you all. Whoops. All right, so our focus over the past few months has been conducting a feasibility study on behalf of the city and county to develop a childcare facility adjacent to the county's new Health and Human Services building at 6th and Oak. We'll start briefly tonight with a bit on the need for care, and then we will move on to focus on the site feasibility and financial implications to the city and county of launching on-site care. So we know that there is a significant need for childcare in Routt County. There are only enough slots in licensed care programs to serve about 17% of the children who need care who are younger than 3 years old. This age group is often referred to as infants and toddlers, and so you'll see that throughout our presentation tonight. Down here at the bottom, however, you can see this is not a problem that's unique to Routt County or to Colorado or to the whole country. But in Congressional District 3, it is a larger problem than it is in other parts of the state in terms of the lack of childcare slots. We do know that investing in high quality early childhood care and education can bring really great returns. Investments in childcare enable parents to work and children to thrive. A center of 70 slots could meet about 15% of the need in the county and generate an economic benefit of $1.5 million annually between families, taxpayers, and government. Developing new childcare centers can also create really positive reputational benefits of being a city that's focused on being a family-friendly place to live and work. So that's just a little bit of a background on the need and value of early care and education. And now we'll shift to focusing on the specific site feasibility. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the site here, this is a bird's eye view. We've got Oak Street running along the top here, 6th along the eastish side, and an alley on the bottom. And then you'll see Butcher Knife Creek here on the west side of the block. The dark gray is the planned Health and Human Services building that's under construction. And the proposed location for potential childcare center, exploration is this parking lot area. So it's currently denoted as the parking lot area. And we have about 3,000 square feet available in that parking lot. The Health and Human Services building is a 2-story facility, and the childcare could also be 2 stories high as well. The area in pink that you see here is the waterway setback, which is beyond the green floodplain for the creek. And this pink area could be used for an outdoor play space for the children. So when we look at that site map and compare it to what we might need, the site itself would accommodate those indoor and outdoor space needs. So we could create a center of about 6 classrooms and the associated facility needs for those 6 classrooms, as well as just about enough outdoor space to meet the licensing requirements for the number of children that we would imagine having on site. I do want to mention that a smaller center would be an option to put on this site, but the financial viability of smaller centers is even more difficult to manage. So the primary hurdle with this site is parking. The code requires 35 total spaces for the childcare center itself and 14 for the Health and Human Services building. We think that from an operational perspective, you could certainly have fewer slots and still be okay, as families are really only using spots during peak drop-off and pickup times, and there could be different ways to handle that. But we don't currently have space identified for 49 new parking spaces on or near the site. We have some ideas, as you can see here, for how we might accommodate the needs of both employees as well as families. And we'd imagine you might be able to come up with some more, but parking really is the biggest feasibility challenge that we have on this specific site. Additionally, the Human Services building development is well underway. If you've driven by, you've for sure seen that. And this project would change the experience on the site once it's built out. And I think whether that's for better or worse, maybe depends on your perspective, and it depends on the day and the noise level on the playground. But given the stage of the project, the Health and Human Services project, there would likely be some timeline and cost implications for adding an additional building on site that the county is certainly being mindful of as they think through this opportunity and how feasible it is to have this new childcare on a shared site there. So we can definitely come back to questions about that site feasibility when we have some discussion time, but for now we'll move on to taking a look at the financial implications. Something to keep in mind is that the financial model that we've developed could be used for a variety of different sites and options. So today it's tailored to and focused specifically on this one site, but what we share here could be applicable in other locations within the city as well. So there's a lot on this slide, so I'll take a minute to walk through it here. So we looked at 3 different configuration options for the center based on the guidance that we had to focus on, the specific site that we were looking at, really creating slots to serve infants and toddlers, given the scarcity at that slots at that age group, while being financially sustainable as possible. And here you can see what those scenarios look like from an enrollment perspective. So the rows that you see here are licensing age groups, and you'll notice some overlap in those age groups. So that is intentional. And then for each scenario, we indicate how many children would be in a room of that age group, and then how many rooms of that age group we would have within the facility. So for scenario 1, you can see we have an emphasis on serving the age groups where there's highest need under age 3, right here with these groups. And we have 5 of the 6 classrooms serving ages 0 to 2. And then we have 1 mixed age classroom serving children from ages 3 to 6, or whenever it is that they would transition to elementary school. Scenario 2 is a more traditional early childcare program model with a group of children at each grade level. So you see 1 classroom at each level for the years up until they would enter elementary school. And then scenario 3 focuses on serving only children under age 3 and has 2 classrooms at each of these age groups, given that that's where there's the highest need. So we'll walk through some of the pros and cons here, but scenario 1 is our preferred scenario in terms of optimizing for across the different priorities that were shared with us. So, one of the reasons it's one of our favorite scenarios here is the large number of slots for infants and toddlers. And it would have less of an impact to current childcare centers because it has fewer slots for preschool and pre-K age groups, where more other centers are already serving children. One downside is that some families may not prefer the mixed age classroom as they want their child to have a dedicated pre-K classroom. Scenario 2, as I mentioned, is the more traditional model. One benefit here is that all children who start enrolled there can spend their full time before elementary school enrolled there. And another significant benefit is that it is the most financially attractive scenario. The downsides are that it has far fewer slots for infants and toddlers. And with this configuration, you would need to bring in children at ages 3 and 4. And that could be in competition with other childcare programs that are in town. Scenario 3, again, serves only infants and toddlers, which provides a tremendous benefit to the community, as we know there's huge demand for those slots, and it would be unlikely to impact other centers. But it is financially the most expensive scenario. And while you can have infants and toddlers on the second floor, the more infants and toddlers you have on the second floor, the more operationally complex it can be. So it's possible, but it adds complexity from an operator perspective. So let's look at the numbers here. So here we've assumed that the facility and associated facility services such as janitorial support and snow removal would be provided pro bono. And so that isn't captured in the cash costs that we've laid out here. We've also assumed a higher wage rate for employees than the current standard in the market due to the low wage rates of early childhood professionals. So in this chart, we focused on the annual cash subsidy required to support the childcare facility under two scenarios for each of the scenarios. So in this row here is a scenario where the center would be run in-house by the city or county. And this other one here would be a scenario where you bring in a childcare operator to run the program. So what this doesn't include in either scenario is the cost allocation of back office infrastructure support that might be provided by the city or county, which could be significant in a self-operating scenario for things like technology, payroll, human resources, et cetera. These numbers are also focused on on when the center gets to what we call steady state or run rate and is generally fully enrolled. And we anticipate that would take about 3 or 4 years to happen. So with all of that background, let's look first at this self-operating row here. So with scenario one, the subsidy needed would be about $80,000 per year. So that would support getting the center to a break-even budget without the allocation of those administrative infrastructure costs. The traditional model here in scenario two breaks even on its own if you're fully enrolled. And scenario three requires a $220,000 subsidy to break even each year. And then when we look at this outsourced to operator row, with outsourcing, the costs represented here are higher because most of the administrative costs are factored in and you're paying the operator for that. So we've also assumed that the operator charges a $100,000 management fee to manage the center. And then to get them to break even, given the configuration we've outlined here, would require an additional subsidy of $240,000 for scenario one. The second scenario, because the center breaks even and its operating budget on its own, the only cost would be the management fee that was charged by the operator. And here in the third scenario, we have the highest subsidy needed due to the expense of serving infants and toddlers, and it will require an annual subsidy of about $390,000. So I know we're short on time here. I'm happy to come back to these and dig in further during our Q&A time, since I know it's a lot to digest. We've just got one final slide here. So finally, I wanted to speak to startup costs. So to develop a new facility would likely cost about $4.75 million. There are some existing programs for startup funding to support the development of a new facility, and others listed here that will reopen in the future that could provide between $4 and $5 million in total to offset the cost of that startup. Additionally, as I mentioned on the last slide, the annual costs that we showed there were at a run rate. We anticipate it would take about 4 years for the center to reach full enrollment as children sort of age up after enrolling as infants. And over the course of those 4 years, there would be additional funding needs within each of the scenarios that could range from $100,000 to $150,000 annually, depending on the level of enrollment that you got to. And certainly that additional amount would decline each year until the center reaches full enrollment. So in summary, the site is viable for a childcare program with some adjustments to the existing site plans. And depending on the ability of the city and county to figure out parking. And then, depending on the ability of the city and county to fund this work, there would be different configurations that could be considered and explored to best meet the needs of the target audience for the center. So thank you so much for the opportunity to work with you on this feasibility assessment. And Nicole and Alethea and I would be happy to take any questions or comments that you have.
Steph, thank you very much. Let's start with questions with Michael.
None at this time.
None? Okay, Eddie,
Not at this time either.
Dakota?
I have a few questions. So it says that the timeline might be affected for the current building plans, and I wonder what that timeline might, look like, not only for the HHC building, but for the childhood center, if we were to move through as quickly as possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, and Nicole, feel free to jump in here. That was not within the scope of our specific study to explore deeply the intersection between these two projects. I know that the team of folks at the county that's working on the development of the Health and Human Services building would be able to speak more to some of the specific deadlines they're facing and the specific areas of the budget that would be impacted by co-locating this center there.
Dakota, I think that'd be a good question to ask at our joint meeting where the county has their team there, because they have more specifics on the impacts of modifying the site to accommodate the child care center.
Right. Okay. My second question, on page 23 in your appendix, there's an interesting idea of utilizing part of the parking lot for parking and part of it for childcare. And it looks like there's potential to have the full 6,000 square feet, as well as, maintaining some of the available parking. And I wonder what the feasibility is of that option, or if it was kind of countered as not as feasible.
Yeah, no, it's a great cat. I love that you read all of our detailed appendix slides. Thank you, Dakota. I think there's definitely a detailed study of space that would need to be required around this option. We discussed this with some of the folks that have been leading the Health and Human Services building development, and there was not a lot of enthusiasm about this. I think in part because the parking that would be made available was still just such a, sort of a drop in the bucket still in terms of the total amount of parking that the site requires. And so while we might be able to get something like 10 spots there, we would still need to figure out the solution for the other 40 slots that are required based on the current code. So this isn't one that we delved into deeply, and it would require definitely an architectural review and a more detailed study of the space that's available on that site.
Great. And then these final two questions might be more for our city council, but I'm curious, what the potential is to find the staff to support this center. I know that it's hard to find childcare, teachers right now, and this is a long-term project, but I just wonder, if we build it, are we going to have the right amount of people to run the show? And then my second question is, in terms of a self-operating facility, do we have the staff, or what exactly would that look like for us?
Hi, Alexis.
Hi, everyone. Alexis Wolf, the Recreation Manager for the City of Steamboat. Also need to fully disclose that I'm also a member of the First Impressions Executive Committee. So I have been involved in some of the other side of this work as well. As far as staffing, it has been one of our greatest challenges. Some of the models that they're putting in here have a lot of benefits. And additional, the higher wages might enable us to find staff, but all of that is kind of up to the job market and what's available. We do have training available in town. We do have the ability to get staff qualified in that way. It's a matter of finding the right people. As far as in-house and being able to run it, it would require probably an additional department or division within Parks and Rec to be able to do this. Our current staff are not necessarily early childhood director qualified. So we would have to find a complete staff for the building outside of what we already have.
And is that projected in these numbers or not necessarily?
I believe the numbers that I saw in here did have that full staff involved in their projections.
Yeah, it does include the full staff. Again, what it doesn't include would be the sort of existing administrative supports that would be offered by the city, such as payroll and human resources and the allocation of those costs.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, great. Gail?
I think just kind of, I just wanted to follow up on some of Dakota's questions, and specifically, I think it is the slide 422 or slide 18 in terms of looking at this concept of self-operating versus outsourcing it. And specifically the $100,000 management fee, is that something that you typically see in terms of when you outsource this? I'm just curious.
Yep. So there's different models that operators could offer, and certainly with the ability to access a facility that they don't need to pay for, that might be something that some operators would be willing to waive. But some of the larger operators that do this across the country, or even do it in a variety of places across the state, need to recoup some of their administrative costs. And so they would charge that fee to recoup the administrative costs that they that they are, that they're experiencing and that they're allocating to the site. I think the other consideration and factor would be the level of engagement that the city and county wanted to have in sort of making, being engaged in decisions and governance around the site. And so for an operator, that's going to increase costs and, time if they're, more deeply coordinating with the city and county around, what the center looks like, who gets priority access, sort of some of these different types of decisions. And so they would potentially, factor that into their thinking about what a management fee could look like. I will say this, we had a conservative, we have a conservative number here. So this is definitely towards the high end of what it might be. And it could, it could be as low as 0.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. I mean, that's what I guess wanted to better understand, because as you point out, to the extent that they're not paying for the facility cost, I would think that there would be some, some benefit to that. And then obviously, if there are other, companies, for lack of a better term, that do this, then I would assume that they've got different facilities and are, again, their management costs are spread across all the different entities as well. So as you say, these are kind of conservative, and it could be less, I suppose.
Yeah. It certainly could. And I think just something to keep in mind, one of the things that we're really aiming to do differently here, I mentioned the higher wages. So, higher wages and providing benefits is something that's different than a lot of the other local operators would be doing. And so that does increase the cost base, right? So we're taking away costs around having to pay for facilities costs. But then, by setting an expectation that the wages would be higher and that all of the childcare providers would be earning benefits, that does increase the expectation, that increases the costs in that model.
Mhm. So the assumption is that you would have higher staffing costs for the outsourced versus self-operating in terms of salary costs?
It's actually very close. So what we've assumed in the self-operating model is that that we would match the wage schedule of the existing city wage schedule. So just to use specific numbers here, that would look like about $23.66 per hour for a lead classroom teacher. What we've assumed in the outsourced model is that lead teacher would make $25. So it's a little bit higher, but it's not significantly different. And the reason for that difference is we had sort of anchored on a set of numbers that would be above the market rate that we would feel, I don't know the right word, enthusiastic about having as a wage schedule. And then wanted to make sure that we were matching to the existing wage schedule in the self-operating scenario. So that's not driving a huge difference, although there is some difference there.
Okay, all right. And just one more question. Parking. So can you elaborate a little bit more on that? I mean, it looked like in terms of in the presentation, there are some alternatives, right? In terms of not necessarily requiring or having a scenario where we have to have all of the parking spaces, but rather might be able to use the rodeo grounds. I'm not sure who can answer that question in terms of what all that would entail, in terms of, to the extent that parking seems to be an issue, how do we creatively solve that one?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit more to some of these options, but I don't have the answer for how we can solve it.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you like to speak to the options, please?
I am happy to do that. So as we noted here, I think, code essentially is looking at, I'm not sure exactly what, because I'm not a code expert, but it's looking at a standard early childhood center that's operating with whatever set of assumptions. And this one is obviously a little bit different. So, Routt County employees who have children at the center could use the employee parking lot. So they may not even need to use spaces during drop off and pickup, which would reduce the parking load for the center. There are a lot of centers that we see that don't have dedicated parking throughout the day, but would have reserved spaces during peak drop-off and pickup times. So, perhaps from 7 to 9 a.m. and from 4 to 6 p.m., there would be spaces reserved, otherwise public parking spaces that are reserved for the use of families who are picking up and dropping off their children. Then we think about employees, right? So that's another big piece of this. One of the benefits to this site is that it is easily accessible with public transit, which is obviously a benefit to both families as well as employees. And so, we would hope that some employees would be using public transit and wouldn't need parking spots. And right now, the assumption is that there's one space for every employee in the code. That's part of the requirement. They could also use potentially use other publicly accessible parking. I know some of the downtown lots get very full, but the transit center would certainly be an option. And then getting creative, right? Getting creative and thinking about what nearby organizations might be able to give up part of their parking lots or part of their site to build a parking lot. Or then, the idea was raised around using the rodeo parking lot as well.
Okay, I guess bottom line would be, and maybe it's Winnie or Rebecca, is it simply a variance that would be required? Or is there, I saw comments in here about a traffic study or a traffic engineer. If we, to the extent that if we wanted to move forward with building the 2-story childcare and eliminate or somehow modify the number of parking spaces that are needed.
Yeah, my understanding is that there would need to be a more thorough parking or traffic study completed. And then I'm not fully aware of how one gives themselves a variance. So that would be, I think, a piece to figure out as well.
The second part of the feasibility study was really looking around conceptual design and looking at the studies that would indicate more of the details of construction. I think the crux right now is the first part of the study was really, is this feasible from a financial, what's the financial side of it and what would that look like? Because the configuration of the classrooms would drive any conceptual planning and any traffic studies and that kind of thing. And certainly from a county health and human services building standpoint, whether or not you're interested in pursuing this with the county and whether or not the county is interested in pursuing it, drives some immediate changes to the health and human services building. Which is to say we're rushing that go, no go decision, not as a solid go, but as do we want to preserve this opportunity? Do we think this is a solid enough possibility that we want to preserve the opportunity so that we make those changes or that the county makes those changes to the health and human services building? The original thought around the timeline for this is that we would be doing planning studies in 2022, potentially design in 2023, and not start construction until 2024 or maybe late 2023 after the Health and Human Services building is done. So really the question is, is this a good enough thing? And are there people, is council and the Board of County Commissioners interested enough with doing it here to continue to preserve this as an opportunity and to continue to spend money? We have some grant funding to do the conceptual design to continue to move the process forward. Because obviously there's a lot of additional planning work that would need to happen before you actually make a go, like a, yes, we're going to build this and here's, we commit city seed money or matching funds to it. So it's, the challenge now is just, is this interesting enough and looks like it might be feasible enough to preserve the opportunity? Does that make sense? Which is to say, all of your questions are very valid and we just haven't gotten there yet.
Great. So,
Okay, thank you.
Other words, it hasn't
Any
been
more
designed
No,
yet.
that's it.
all right,
Yeah.
Heather, any questions?
On slide, Doo-doo-doo. I guess it's your slide 18. At the bottom in the footnotes, you discuss Colorado Shines tiers. I would suspect that we're going to go for a Shines certification, as all of the daycare centers here have them, or preschools. You're saying that it's a 15 to 20K a year increase. Is that just the private increase? And what is that increase? Is that increase in operating, increase in
Yep.
salary, increase in what you're going to bring in?
Yeah, it's an increase in funding. So one of the pieces that's assumed in here is that children who are eligible for the Colorado Child Care Assistance Program would be served within the program. And so the Colorado Child Care Assistance Program funds centers on a per child basis, depending on the Colorado Shines rating of the center. And so if the rating of the center increases above tier 2, that impacts what the funding level per child and sort of the reimbursement rate per child would be. And so that's where you see that increase coming in depending on the Colorado Shines tier that you're at.
And how long does it take to get to tier 3?
Nicole, do you want to jump in on this one?
That can really depend. If you have an operator who's very familiar with the process and has all of the policies and procedures, handbooks and things like that, that they would need to be put into place, can do that. I would say within, the first 2 years, certainly, if, as long as they have the right staff and the staff are trained and have taken all of the required trainings. So there are certainly some processes they have to go through to get to level 2 first. Self-assessment, making sure staff have gone through certain trainings, completed certain steps within that piece, and then they can go through an observation-based level 3 or 5 assessment, level 3 to 5 assessment.
Okay. I see all these hurdles, and I'm curious from your guys' as the consultant's perspective, what your takeaway was from the county.
I think, so we spoke at a county commissioners and had a working session with them, I think a week ago today. And, they've spent a lot of time thinking about this site and know this site really well. I think that they are very interested in, launching a childcare and launching a potential joint county and city run project. I think they do have concerns about moving forward with this specific site, given the potential impact to the Health and Human Services building. So I heard a lot of enthusiasm about, where these numbers are ending up, right? And the possibilities that creates to explore different sites. But thinking that the existing site may not be the best fit at that point in time. I think that, concerning consideration might be that, certainly have the opportunity to build, to develop, to buy and develop a different property. Some of the benefits of being right downtown are likely to not exist in that new property. But it's certainly something that would be exciting to explore.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, Joella.
I think that most of my questions or comments need to be reserved for a meeting between the council and the commissioners, but just a couple of questions. There are a lot of statements in here about where the highest demand, where the lowest demand is in the age groups. And I'm wondering where that information comes from. Is that information that's been locally developed here in Routt County?
Yeah, that came from First Impressions. Angela, do you want to speak a little bit more to where that came from?
Yeah, I'm happy to. A lot of that information was came about in needs assessment that happened a couple of years ago, and also is very anecdotal in terms of the infant and toddler. What we hear from the 2 centers that are currently accepting infants and toddlers, the sheer amount of phone calls they get per day, that the infant and toddler is really the critical time or critical age group that needs care right now.
Thank you. One more sort of comment, sort of question. As we talk about the difficulty of staffing, whether it's this child care center or any other child care center, and we talk about having to get to a certain salary level, maybe a certain benefit level in order to attract people. What is the experience and what is the thinking around, are we just drawing away the childcare workers from the existing facilities in this town already?
Nicole, do you mind speaking to that one?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think that's certainly always a challenge, and I think a concern anytime you are increasing capacity in a community with childcare and early education services. You know, workforce is a significant challenge. Higher wages will help attract more individuals into the work itself and into the industry. And, you know, workforce development is really a long-term endeavor. So although this program may not feasibly open until 2024, workforce development is something that would start very early and hopefully be a community-wide effort in partnership with First Impressions and other partners to really, you know, get people tracked into taking the appropriate coursework, really making sure that, you know, that workforce pipeline is being built up early on before that facility is even open. And can certainly speak to, you know, other partners who are in a similar process locally in Routt County as well, doing the same thing and really having the same thoughts and planning around that. And Angela, I don't know if you want to add anything else there.
And we do have some projects in the works in terms of strengthening a career pathway for potential early childhood educators, as well as providing more professional development opportunities for current providers.
Thank you. I will reserve all the rest of my questions for a later meeting.
All right. We have a few minutes left on this subject, and I'd like to open it up to public comment so that we could hear from the public to take this information back to county commissioners in another 2 weeks. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on this evening? All right, seeing none. If you could, I was simply going to ask if you could take your PowerPoint display down so that we could see who is in our audience. I would appreciate it. All right, thank you. All right, and so Bill Jameson, please unmute and you have 3 minutes. Hi, Bill, we can't hear you. Bill, there might be something wrong. We cannot hear you.
Turn up your volume.
Okay, you just muted.
Maybe turn up your volume, Bill.
Log off.
It always gets me.
Bill, we are unable to hear you. See whether you can work on your technical end. I'll see if there's anyone else and we'll come back to you in 3 minutes. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience that would like to make public comment this evening? All right, I'm not seeing anyone else. Bill, do you want to try one more time for us?
I can buy a couple times. I had some, are we going to have some discussion after this?
Barely, yeah.
Really? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You might log off and log back on.
Bill, you
Right.
there?
Bill, it's been suggested that you log off and log back on,
He was just
And-
waving.
and we'll wait.
Do you want to have a conversation?
Well, while he's trying to get on, if we could, you know, as we're trying to get some information, and thank you for the presentation and everything. I have a couple of concerns in this that's really not related to questions, is that, in the feasibility study that we're looking at, it really looks like parking is going to be a dramatic issue. And in the site that they're looking at, there's 10, 12 parking spots that are already allocated to the Health and Human Services building, as well as some of the parking out front. So this site is already got a big black or big red X for me, because as much as we need the housing, this may not be the best use of our land in the middle of town. And I love the idea that we're trying to do something with the county, and I'd love to see what the county is going to bring forth when we have a meeting with them. But right now, to me, this project has a lot of hurdles. Now, the need is great. I think the presentation is fantastic. I love seeing the business model. Back in the early 2000s, I was doing this with the Steamboat Christian Center because we were looking at trying to do a facility like this when we had childcare problems. So the numbers look great. I see where we're going. I just have a hard time realizing that we're going to be bringing this to the middle of the Health and Human Services building. And what does that do to the rest of the parking for the county building across the street and people downtown? So 49 spaces, even if we do a variance down to 30, down to 20, what is that really looking like from this building? Now, I come from a place where we could do something where you can take those 10 spaces, you can build a carport and then build 2 floors above it. Then you're 3 floors up, right? But you don't take some of the land. And so there'd be a whole lot of more architecture study that has to go through, but feasibility, when I look at the numbers and see what they say and the grants that we have available to ourselves, absolutely, this is a yes. But I'm having a hard time getting past the parking issue for employees and people coming, and what kind of nightmare it's going to be on 6th Street.
All right, Michael.
That's all.
Parking is your concern. Eddie?
I mean, I agree with Michael as far as parking and stuff and flow and just traffic downtown and 6th Street, 6th Street and Oak. But yeah, I mean, there is a need for this. I think we should just look into somewhere else, possibly somewhere else.
All right, Dakota?
I'd be interested to hear what the county has to say and what other, sort of creative solutions we can come up with for parking. I am in favor of this design and this proposal. I'm in favor of the first scenario in particular, really serving the younger age groups. And yeah, I'd be curious if bringing that idea of building on top of parking would be feasible for our timeline and budget and everything else we're considering. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gail.
I mean, I think we've heard from the community and certainly from our constituents that childcare is a huge issue facing our community. And as we've heard, I mean, I'm hesitant to kick the can down the road. I think this is something that we should absolutely explore. And I would hate to see this not move forward because of parking. There's a lot of parking, whether it be at the rodeo grounds or at the parking lot on 8th Street. So I think that I would really like to see and encourage us to look creatively in terms of how we, address this issue. Because, again, this is something that's facing our, community. And when I was down at Hallison Hill on, this ski with council, that was certainly some of the comments that I heard, right? Is we need childcare. This is inhibiting our ability to, work. And so I think that's, again, one of the issues that our community is facing, obviously along with housing, right? So we can build it. The next problem that we would need to solve is the staffing and how do, we staff this and attract the people in order to make it a successful facility. So I'm definitely in favor of continuing the discussions with the county and seeing, what we can do to try to solve this problem and not just push it down the road.
All right, Gail, thank you. Heather?
I'm not really going to say much because I think I would like to hear from the county. I don't think that the county is buying into this location, which doesn't mean that they're not buying into childcare. They're just realizing that this may be a hurdle that's just too large to cross. So I'm going to reserve my comments and time till we have that conversation jointly with them, because at this point, until we really are coalescing with them, there's really nothing that we can do by ourselves.
Heather, thank you. Joella, I think you told us where you are, but
I have, but as long as we're now focused to a certain extent on parking, it isn't just the spaces, it's where the spaces are when you're loading and unloading children. That's going to be accessed through that alley. There would have to be a whole lot of design work and engineering work done on just that aspect of it for me to be at all comfortable with the parking issue if there is a childcare facility in that location.
all right. Yep. And for me, I feel the same way. So thank you for saying that. All right. So there were two questions at the end, discussion and reflection. I think we're going to reserve that you've heard what we've said, the questions we've asked, and I believe we will further this conversation on the 15th with the county commissioners.
Can I
Gary?
check with Mr. Jameson to see if he's,
It does not appear that he has gotten back on.
Yes, he's jumped on and off. Is the iPad?
It just says iPad. I don't know who the iPad is. If Bill, if you are the being identified as iPad, please unmute and give us your comments. Otherwise, my hope is that you will send us an email to the city with your comments that we can put into the record. Agreeable?
Absolutely.
All right. All right. So thank you all very, very much. I really appreciate the information tonight. Nicole and Steph, thank you for being online with us and everyone else that was involved in this. And we will see you on the 15th to further the conversation. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Right.
All right.
On this
So-
next agenda item.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Could I start this?
Sure.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is law enforcement salary update. And I believe, Gary, you would like to start this?
Before we start, I'd like
Sure.
to step down.
Um,
My son is works for the city and the police department, so I need to recuse myself from this discussion.
Thank you for bringing that up, Michael. And we are very proud to have him serve. Gary?
thank you, President Crossan. Gary Suter, City Manager. Thought I'd come to the podium for this and keep my staff company here. Wendy Eklund, Human Resources Manager, and of course, Chief Sherry Burlingame. This is an update on law enforcement salaries. And tonight, this is information for City Council, but I'm also looking for direction in terms of bringing back a potential supplemental appropriation ordinance at our March 15th meeting. So as background, I've been saying that we're on the verge of a hiring crisis in Steamboat Springs PD. I've met with them several times over the last month and a half and heard from them directly. And I think they would say that we are amid a hiring crisis in Steamboat Springs Police Department. And I would agree with that. We are currently 8 sworn officers down, as I said during the city manager's report. And recruitment of patrol officers has been next to impossible for a number of factors. And the biggest one is recently Routt County had done a salary survey through the Employers Council and awarded the Routt County Sheriff's officers, their sworn deputies, a significant salary increase. So there's a lot of benefits with us working together with Routt County SO Sheriff's Office in the same building. But this was one of the detriments because everybody talks, and they confer a lot, they collaborate a lot. And so when our sworn officers see the significant salary increase that their colleagues had received, it raised some eyebrows, and that on top with our recruiting challenges made it imperative that we respond quickly to this because, as I said, we're amid a hiring crisis. So we've been unable to to recruit and in some cases retain police officers. We have lost police officers and we continue to lose them. It's been a trend for about the last year. And there are several reasons for that. One of them is substandard pay compared to statewide averages. So we talk about that in our approach to our salary plan. And then I mentioned the recent substantial pay increase with comparable positions right in the same building. That's been an issue, as well as the national dialogue regarding public safety and policing. And we're all aware of that. It's been controversial. It's been in the news for the last couple of years. And in addition, Senate Bill 217, which was the state legislature's attempt at quote, police reform. I'm not sure how much good it did, but it did dictate police practices and made it a bit more difficult for the patrol officers on the street. And at the same time, it places potential personal liability upon the police officers. And that was a big deal for them. So you lump all those together and it makes it hard to hire cops. So that's the bottom line. What do we do from there? So I met with the police department several times, and I have to say, I really appreciate their candor, because having the city manager come in and sit with them, oftentimes you don't get that, or they're hesitant to talk about their real feelings or what it's really like out there. But they really opened up and gave me their stories in terms of the stressors that they're feeling, the shortages, the overtime hours that they're working, and how that stress, in my professional opinion, can translate into liability for the city, as well as the safety of our sworn personnel out on the streets. So to me, that elevated to an imperative standpoint that we act now, which is why I'm here. So to address the issue, I met with Wendy, who's sitting behind me, and to strategize an approach. And typically when we're dealing with salaries, we look at our salary plan. So just a little bit of background. When I got here, we adopted a salary plan, which I looked at and I saw that it was trouble. So to make a long story short, I signed it into effect because I would have had an employee coup if I did not. And then we immediately started to undertake a more professional approach to compensation plans. So we did that. We hired consultants. We came up with guiding principles for our compensation plan. We adopted it. We rolled it out. It had council support. It's been effective for the past 5 years. Those principles, I'll talk about them briefly, included an emphasis on recruitment and an emphasis on retention. Those were kind of the top two priorities. When I met with the PD, boy, those R words came out regularly and with passion. We need recruitment practices ramped up, and we need to have competitive pay, or we're just going to keep bleeding police officers and losing police officers. So those were two of the guiding principles: recruitment, retention. The other one is that the pay plan will be market driven. And that's where I've had success through my career, to where you have a market driven pay plan that's supported by reliable data from competitive markets. And we refine those competitive markets, and there's a list of them in there, and they include all the resorts. They include a lot of the communities, including big communities on the North Front Range. So and then the last principle was to maintain internal equity. So that's always important when you're managing pay plans. You have to maintain internal equity as much as possible. To that point, I know when I brought this forward, the rest of the organization of our 300-ish employees are going to say, well, wait, you're doing this for the police department. What about us? We've been working hard too, so forth and so on. So we are, as a part of our budget, we're doing an updated salary and benefits survey this summer. Council has always supported that. It's in the budget. You approved that budget. And we will be recommending pay adjustments. Pay has been wonky in a lot of positions across the city. So we'll be recommending that for the entire organization as a part of the 2023 budget process. So eventually it will all level out. But right now, I'm sure the rest of the organization's looking at this and saying, well, hey, that's great that you're doing that for them, but we've been working hard as well. What about us? We will eventually come around to the rest of the organization. That will help maintain internal equity. So those are the guiding principles: recruitment, retention, market-driven, and maintain internal equity. What I included in the packet are so we went and we hired our consultant, Lori Graves with Graves Consulting. And she and her cohort are a couple of the best in the state, in my opinion. I've worked with a number of consultants on compensation pay plans through my career. I like the work she does. She has private sector experience. She has a lot of government experience and access to a lot of data that she uses for comparables. So we hired her to take a look at this. She coordinated with Wendy. They came up with these tables that are in the packet that show the current pay plan that we have for our sworn police positions, the proposed pay plan, and then also we included the sheriff's office sworn pay plan for 2022 that they are just now implementing. And Wendy can explain those, so I'm not going to get into the details of those, but I will tell you that public safety pay plans are different from the rest of our pay plan. The rest of our positions, they do not have steps. Public safety pay plans have steps, as you see here. For our sworn officers, for police officers, there's 6 steps. The progression of those steps is dependent upon training and certification. So as they achieve certain trainings and certifications, then they can graduate to the next step and work their way through. So public safety personnel like to see a career path. This communicates a career path to them. And once you go through the police officer, there may be openings for police detective. You could apply for a promotion. You have to go through a series of tests to get that, and then work your way up through the organization. That's what public safety personnel expect. And same thing in fire EMS as well. So they both have separate pay plans. And so this, what you see on these tables is an example of those pay plans. In addition to the proposed salary adjustment, Chief Burlingame has also requested 1 additional FTE in the sworn officer position. This, and I talked extensively with Sherry about this, to continue to face the challenges of hiring in the police department, they need an aggressive strategy. So this would be a part of that overall strategy, to have a sworn officer that would focus on recruiting through social media, through software platforms, advertising, attending events, public speaking, there's a lot of background checks that happen when you get applicants to eliminate and narrow down those applicants that have the record and the passion to move forward. I remember a comment from Chief Christensen a few years back when he said, well, we're recruiting, we got 10 applicants, but 8 of them are felons. So we're down to 2, but there's a little bit of sarcasm in that, but hey, you know, they might be trying to do good. I asked Chief Burlingame if this officer would also be a sworn position to provide backup, and she said, yes, absolutely. But it would be a person that is focused on recruitment with all those strategies that we talked about. Talking about the financial impact, that position would be about $150,000 annually. That includes all of the benefits. So I put summary and alternatives in there. Staff recommendation is to prepare a supplemental appropriation ordinance for about $500,000, for about $500,000 for first reading consideration at the March 15th City Council meeting. Talking about the fiscal impacts, the proposed cost of the pay plan adjustment for 2022, since it'll be prorated for this year, is about $410,000. And then for the FTE position, that'd be about $87,500. So that comes out to just under $500,000, about $498,000 for the remainder of this year. For 2023, this position and these salaries would continue. So the cost in the 2023 budget would be close to $700,000, just south of $700,000, $690,000 for 2023. Those are estimates, obviously. So it really depends as you award these pay raises. It depends where the individual officers are at in their pay plan. So if they're at step 3, for example, they'd go to step 3. If they're already at step 5, they'd move to step 5. If they're at step 1, they'd go to step 1 and get the commensurate increase. So that's our recommendation. be about $500,000 supplemental appropriation to address this issue. And the last thing I'll say is, as a manager, yes, it's important that we respond to these crises that we face. You recall for those of you that were here last fall, we had to respond to an issue with our bus drivers. We were not going to have a bus system this winter if we didn't act quickly. And I had to make decisions and provide an immediate pay increase for our seasonal transit drivers. We had to provide additional housing subsidy for those seasonal transit drivers, and we provided a ski pass to those transit drivers. So, and we had to act quickly in order to do that. Otherwise, I seriously doubt we'd have the transit system that we have operating today. So this is, again, one of those situations where I think immediate action is required. So that's my report. Wendy's here to answer any questions or explain any more detail. Would you like to have her explain more detail about the pay plan, or are you?
Would anyone be interested in having Wendy discuss it? Or could we just go to questions?
Go to questions? Why don't we go to questions?
All right, great. Eddie?
Chief Burlingame is here as well if you have any questions for her.
Gary, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eddie?
Chief Burlingame? Just one question. Just overall on your officers, besides the whole burnout factor, how happy are they as far as responding to calls, crime? Has crime picked up? Are they dealing with more of, I don't know, violence or just more crime in town?
We're not dealing with more violence. The calls have gone up a little bit, not significantly. We're starting to see more with traffic issues and congestions, things like that.
Yeah.
Morale's been a little bit of an ebb and flow. I'll tell you, the conversations that Gary and I've had with our officers about this whole issue has really helped move the needle on our morale. They feel more appreciated. They're under a lot of stress, working 12-hour shifts for a long period of time, being at basically minimum staffing all the time. There's conversations about whether or not they can take vacation, the inability to train, the inability to have a whole lot of downtime. We can't do even regular proficiency training with our folks right now because we just don't have the staffing to backfill. They're working overtime to cover shifts. They're working special events. All that weighs on our officers as well as their families. And that affects their morale. And I feel it affects their ability to go out there and provide really good service for our community members. And we're trying to keep it going. We're trying to look for more efficiencies and technologies and other ways to address the problem. But at the end of the day, we have to be able to retain, recruit, and hire new officers.
And I would add, Councilman Briones, that with my meetings with them, I've had 3 thus far, and you usually get a shift change so I can kind of get everybody and get the sergeants, the patrol officers there. What I see is a camaraderie, having each other's back. I see a team approach. I see pride. I see dedication. I've seen all of that with our PD. They want to stay here. They want to continue working here. At the same time, they say, hey, if I can jump ship and make 20,000 more a year and provide for my family, and yeah, I have to look out for my family first. So I understand that, but I see that commitment. I see the morale. I see the teamwork that they have there, and it's a tight family.
Okay. Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Eddie. Dakota, any questions?
Got 2 questions for you. On the payment plan, payment step.
The salary plan?
Thank you.
Yes.
Did I read somewhere that it was kind of based on other resort communities? Similar model?
Yes, our comparable communities are all the other resort communities, and then also urban communities. And sometimes if we have to, we'll compare with private sector as well in order to stay competitive. It's important we stay competitive with private sector. I forgot to mention the big difference with this new pay plan is that we are mimicking the county to go to a statewide average for sworn officers, for sworn personnel. So rather than having this list of comparables of, the Aspens and Breckenridges and Vales and and Crested Buttes and Durangos and all the others. I can't even remember. There was a whole bunch of cities that were listed in there, but we also have the North Front Range cities as well. So for public safety, we are going to a statewide average. And I support that for public safety. I would not support that for the rest of the organization. I think we're better off staying with our comparable markets, our comparable competitive sets for the rest of the organization. For public safety, I'm fine with that. And the reason is because we lose firefighters to South Metro in Denver. We lose cops to the metropolitan police departments. So it's important that we stay competitive on a statewide average. So the county used a statewide average. And so we implemented a statewide average to get to these recommended pay increases. Does that work, Wendy?
Yeah, I think I understand that. If you want to say any more, you can. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and then we aged the data as well. So there was a factor of 4.7% in there to age the data. And in talking with our consultant, typically aging data is in the 4 to 5% range. So she said that was reasonable. That's what the county did. We matched that as well. So, and that accounts for the age of the data and how salaries have risen since the time that the data was compiled.
Sort of accounting for inflation a little bit.
Yeah, inflation and just competitive markets. I mean, yeah, police officer pay has gone up.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate what you said about how stress translates to liability. That resonated with me. And I'm curious with Sherry, do you think that the FTE needs to be a sworn officer? Or I feel like if we're struggling to find, fill those roles, maybe we can, at least for the short term, find a different skill set for that.
Yeah.
Fire away.
And I thought about this a lot because I was trying every which way to make it a civilian position because I'm a big fan of civilianizing many aspects of our police department. But at the end of the day, one of the primary functions of this person is going to be to go out and actively recruit through a variety of different methods our new officers. And it's very difficult for a civilian person to talk about the experiences of policing and the training and everything surrounding the career. So we really need somebody like a police officer that adds credibility to that to be effective in our recruiting strategies.
Thank you for explaining. That makes sense. Like a peer police officer. All right, that's all I had.
Thank you. Gail?
Thank you. Think I've had just one more kind of broader policy question in terms of, do we think that the pay increases are enough to attract the police officers that we need? Or is this just one kind of strategy or one step in terms of getting there? I think in our conversation, Chief Burlingame, we talked about kind of other things and other that could be considered, right? In terms of making our, the city more attractive as an employer.
The true test for that, Councilor Gary, is the market. And so you don't really know until you test it in the market. And I can tell you with the sheriff's deputies, yeah, they're getting applicants. We are not. I presume that if we do these pay increases, we will get applicants. If we do not get applicants, then I would say, doesn't look like we went far enough. We found out with SST last fall when we had 0 applicants. That was the market test. It failed. We had to raise the rate. So you don't really know until you go out and test it in the market as to whether it's enough or not. And that's the true test, the true tail of the tape, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Heather?
Chief? I guess this really focuses on retainage versus new hires. I understand the need for an increase to retain the people we have. And I hear what everyone is saying about an increase in salary is going to help with the new hire. We have a huge housing problem here where we cannot have the people that literally work here now afford to live nor rent. I mean, I saw a studio go for $1,500 a month today, and there were 40 people on Facebook looking at it. That's ridiculous, in my opinion. So I guess I'm when Chief Christensen was here, I think there was maybe a 3-month slot where he actually had a full force. I mean, this has not and is not a new situation with recruitment, retainage, and hiring. So I'm wondering, I get you want to hire this new person to figure out a new game on how to get them and keep them here. Housing is our situational issue. And I don't know if salary is just going to be it. And have you looked at what this looks like for us as a city to be more broad scoped than just coming to us for this? And then maybe in 3 months, like we did with transit, go, hey, now we need to figure out housing and what we can do to help subsidize this portion of this. So that's my first question.
No, I agree with your comments. Salary is just one part of what we're looking at, and salary is what we need your assistance for. We're looking at a lot of other things within the police department, how we can better support our employees, how we can make sure that they're connected with our employee wellness programs, that we're creating opportunities for them within the police department, that we're providing them with training so that they have the skills necessary to go out there and to achieve their career goals. Addressing the housing situation is definitely one thing that is on our plate and something that we're talking about with, I've been meeting with community members, people in the business sector to see, how we can start to negotiate some of that so that we can find housing for our people. We'll provide housing for off-duty officers so that they can get security, things like that is what we're looking for. And there's no necessarily one reason why employees have necessarily left. Cost of living is definitely one of them. More attractive salaries is another one of them. There's a myriad of other issues to include family situations and health and things like that. So we are looking at it holistically. We really do want to do more active recruiting for our community or people within Colorado, because they might have part-time homes here. They already have established homes here, but we haven't even been effective being able to recruit from our own community because we don't have a strategy. We don't have someone that's going out and talking to the college, the high schools, to some of these other events. We're not doing zero advertising with the exception of a little article in the newspaper every week. All these tourists that come through from the Front Range, they have no idea that we have police officer openings. We've had a very minimal profile on social media. We need somebody to be able to actively work these angles and do a wide variety of things so that we can attract people from Denver, Colorado, Steamboat Springs to come serve this community. And right now we just don't have the ability to do that with our staffing. It's a full-time job. And I will tell you, retention and hiring are absolutely interlinked. If we can't hire additional people, we are not going to be able to retain the people that we have. They're going to get burned out. They can only sustain this so long. They're going to lose the support of their families.
So my next question is, in the past, when we have recruited, we have trained individuals, they've come here for their initial 1.5 to 2 years, and then they get bored because it's a sleepy steamboat ski town, and they decide to jump ship. Is this part of what you're hoping this recruitment person will do, is keep them here?
Part of it is what the recruitment person will do. The other part of it is how we build support systems around our brand new employees and how we integrate them and onboard them into our police department. One of the ideas with this whole new strategy for hiring and recruitment is you have to fast track candidates. It's very competitive. We're all competing for the same candidates throughout the state, even outside of the state. And so when we identify somebody that we think is a good candidate, we have to fast track them through this hiring process. And it's a lengthy one for a police officer. The interviews, the physicals, the polygraph, the psychological, the background, it's like Gary had said, we're lucky if we could hire 10% of the people that apply for it. And so I just lost my train of thought of where I was going with that.
Okay.
So we need to fast track these people. And so what I want to do is when I want to have somebody that spearheads this, that can fast track that and get them through in a matter of weeks instead of months. And then when we identify, okay, we want to give you a conditional offer employee, want to immediately bring them into the police department, start integrating them with our culture, with our people, making them feel part of the family, create that teamwork environment with them so that they want to be here. We'll start to train them. They're going to learn all the different aspects of law enforcement, records, communications. They're going to work with the police officers. They're going to actually be doing projects and things like that as they prepare to go to the academy. That way, when they go to the academy and they enter FTO, which are extremely stressful phases for most people to complete and makes them really question what they're doing here. They already feel part of the Steamboat Springs Police family, and they want to stay here and they understand what the support systems are. They know the people in the department and more likely to stay.
Okay, I have one question for Wendy. Oh,
I wanted to add one thing. The officers did ask for other things, and we talked about that. So of course, we talked about housing. They talked about the active health benefit. They talked about education reimbursements if they wanted to go for a criminal justice degree. And a lot of these things I can do administratively. So I can modify our education policy internally and say, oh, you know what? It's not just going to be $1,000 or $2,000. You want to go for something that's going to be relevant to your career, and you could be a potential commander or chief someday. We'll invest in you. So I plan on modifying those. I plan on coming back to council with an increase in our active health benefit from $400, which has been the same for, I don't know, a long time.
yeah.
So you'll see that as a part of the 2023 budget process. And I told them that I will act on some of these things. So yeah, we're looking at the whole picture.
Okay. Wendy, I have one more question. So I understand the need for this recruitment person. In all fingers crossed hopes, we fill these positions within the year or maybe a year and a half. Who knows? I'm being hopeful. Then I'm looking at this human being that has this wonderful capacity to do recruitment. Why? It's a two-phase question. Why would we not want to have that person be seated in the HR department, to have that person just directly focus on the emergent issue right now of police, but then have the capacity to transition to the emergent situation of Parks and Rec and not being able to find childcare workers for our after-school programs, for our, rec programs to help do the fields and all the other things. So, and then wherever our staffing shortages are to help you guys as a support. So that's my first question.
That's a really fair and valid question. And I've actually looked at the potential of having a recruiter focused position for the city to better help all of our departments and divisions across the board. We just simply don't have the capacity to be proactive. We post jobs. We rely heavily on the hiring managers, but many organizations have somebody dedicated to that function for that reason, so that we can be more proactive. We can get out there. We can assist our employees better and our managers better in that hiring practice. To Sherry's point and to the police department's point, this particular FTE, I really think needs to be law enforcement focused. They need to know how to speak to law enforcement. They need to understand what it's like to be a police officer. They need to go out there and communicate. And that's not something that as an HR person I can speak to. I've never been a sworn officer. I would hire somebody that's a sworn officer. They have to be within the police department. And so I think it's a really, that position in particular is important for, I didn't know you were there. Sorry. Did you want to say something? Yeah.
I just want to add on to that there is a need throughout the city to do background investigations as part of the hiring process for other areas in the city, in the fire department as well. We have a very minimal capacity to be able to effectively do that now without outsourcing them and whatnot. But that is a function that we could definitely take on. And as a matter of fact, Fire Chief and I've already talked about doing their background investigations as part of our whole hiring and recruiting program.
Okay. So my last question, Wendy, is, and it's basically a follow-up to that one, why would we not be able to find someone with that specialty, realizing that they could morph into something else? I'm struggling with, another position that could potentially be there in perpetuity that we as taxpayers are paying for, that could, who knows what's happening in 5 years, could really and truly be not as needed as it is now. And I'm hoping that we can figure out how to either reorganize this or have that person fall under your hat.
Well,
I know it's hard.
as a sworn, and I think when we're talking to Sherry, granted, we have 8 officer positions that we still need to fill. And it's been challenging. We're hoping this is a critical component of that. We're hoping that this helps. However, this person for that, again, needs to be a sworn individual. I completely agree that we need to have a greater focus on recruitment citywide. HR is involved in all of the interviews, so we definitely have a piece there. We just aren't very proactive in assisting with drawing the people here. So I think that's a separate hat to wear entirely, in my opinion, than what's being proposed here in this FTE.
Okay.
Do you want to add to that?
Yeah. I think I'm understanding that part of your question is that, we're going to fill these 8 positions and then what's this person going to do? But really, it's recruiting is an ongoing adventure. It takes 18 months on average for us to go from identifying that we have a need to actually hiring someone and getting them in the seat. So you constantly got to be looking at retirements and, known attrition that are coming up. One of the reasons that we're in this problem that we have right now is because we haven't been able to do overhires where we can get ahead of that curve and stay on top of it. And so part of this person's job is going to be to navigate those waters and identify how many officers we need to hire every single year to maintain our authorized positions. And part of the way that they do that is through going out and doing community engagement and youth engagement and creating that pipeline so that we have people that are coming in and then managing those programs so that we have that pipeline, like the cadet programs, internship programs, working with people in colleges and whatnot, so that we can keep that pipeline. So it is an ongoing thing. It's hiring, especially in this day and age, is something that you got to constantly be on and constantly be doing. And that's part of the reasons why we're in the position that we're in right now.
Okay. How many CSOs are you down?
We're fully staffed on our CSOs. That is one of the things that I'm looking at for the next budget year of how we can beef up to support our patrol officers, is instead of hiring and asking for increased authorizations for them, is increasing what our CSOs do. We've already added some extra tasks on them, but then looking at other positions that can be civilianized within the department to help out with investigations and things like that, instead of hiring expensive police officers.
Great, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Joella?
I don't have any questions, so I'll take 30 seconds to just make a comment on directed specifically to council. It seems to me that what we're hearing is that not only does this department need more money, but it needs to feel like it's part of this community. It needs to feel like that department is a priority to council. And the only way that I know of for us to do it, since we can't go down there and sit with them the way our city manager has, is to move on this as expeditiously as possible.
Joella, thank you. I agree with you 100%. I would like to take any comments from the audience. Any public comment from any members of the audience tonight? All right, seeing none in person, is there anyone online that would like to make a comment on this before we go into our discussion? All right, I do not see any hands going up, so I'll pull back to us. And I'd prefer if there's comments, great. Otherwise, I'd like to understand, let's give direction one way or the other. So we'll start with Dakota.
I'm in favor of increasing wages and hiring an FTE.
Thank you very much. Gail?
I am as well. I concur with
Heather.
So I'm having a hardship with the FTE, so I'm in favor with the wages, but I think we need to revisit the hiring of the FTE. That's a lot of money for perpetuity and I can't get behind it.
Okay.
There it is.
All right. Joella?
I am in favor of going forward and requesting that the ordinance be prepared. I do not have a problem with the FTE. That's my opinion.
All right, and I feel the same way. But to Gail's point, is this going to be enough? And it sounds like oh, I'm so sorry, Eddie.
No, that's okay.
I'm
No,
sorry.
I agree with staff recommendation and Joella.
All right,
all you
thank
folks.
you. All right, and I feel the same way. My concern is will this be enough? And so I think you've got the direction, Gary, to move forward.
I got direction. Thank you very much. Appreciate
All right.
everybody listening.
And thank everyone, everyone in the audience that has supported our police force through all these years, especially with what we are doing right now. And Gary, I really appreciate the fact, and I'm sure we all do, that you have been proactive. Sherry, let's work forward together and let's make this happen.
Thanks so much.
All right, so our next agenda item is our Mineral Springs Committee update. Do we want to do our 7 o'clock break first? Well, let's do our 7 o'clock break. We will be back in 10 minutes and then we'll move on.
Thank you.
Didn't you-
Already?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he did. He lightened up the whole place.
Yeah. And he's kind of a dry sense of humor.
Is what?
He has a dry sense of humor.
Yeah. That's fine.
Well, hello, everyone. We're back from our 10-minute break. And we are going to move forward with our Mineral Springs Committee update. And Angela, hi.
Hi, good evening, City Council. Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. I am joined tonight online by Candace Bannister and Danny McKinley to share in this presentation with me. So we have a short presentation for you tonight, and this is informational. So a quick review. I'll give it just 1 second as it's being a little slow. So what we're going to review tonight, we're going to review the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation to you of what they discussed on January 12th, how a Mineral Springs committee would be consistent with city plans, some background information, goals of the committee, review briefly the proposed charter, and then answer any questions you have. So starting from the top, Parks and Recreation Commission discussed the start of a Mineral Springs Committee during their January 12th meeting. They held a public discussion. They viewed a presentation. And a lot of our discussion was really around why. Why do we need another city committee? Can staff just do this? Can we contract it out? Can we hire consultants? And then if we did need another city committee, which is what the commission did recommend, is what's the best way to set that up for success? Is it a committee that's a subcommittee of Parks and Recreation Commission? Is it a committee that reports to City Council? And between staff's dialogue and Parks and Recreation's dialogue, as well as our community members' feedback, we landed on that we really want this to be an informal working committee so it can be as flexible as possible to be able to advise city staff on the best management practices for the Springs. So that's why we're in front of you tonight. And Parks and Recreation Commission did unanimously make that recommendation. Consistency with city plans, our Parks, Recreation, Open Space, Trails, and River Master Plan does link up with the creation of a Mineral Springs Committee in the following ways. Stewardship of historic, cultural, and our natural heritage, to educate via interpretive signage and wayfinding, the conservation of natural and cultural resources, to implement the deferred projects maintenance list, and to establish management plans to balance resources versus use. And I will pass it off to Candace.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay, I hope? This is Candace Bannister. I'm the Executive Director of the Tread of Pioneers Museum and a member of Partners in Preservation. Partners in Preservation was formed in 2019 with Historic Routt County with support of the city's Historic Preservation Commission. We focus on local historic preservation, advocacy, and education with the hopes of eventually strengthening local historic preservation ordinances and protections. One of our key priorities, other than historic structures and saving key historic structures in our downtown especially, is the network of local mineral springs. And so that's how we came together to form this group and come to the Parks and Rec staff, who was very supportive, and the commission, who was unanimously supportive of forming this committee. With respect to future park or city infrastructure, the goal is to maximize the long-term integrity, utility, and safety of park investments. And with respect to the hydrothermal systems in the parklands, the goal is to maximize the protection of the natural processes and features, and also maintaining visitor access. And now we do slide 2.
Thank you. So I will take it. This is Danny McKinley. I am an author and historian in this role tonight. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about why the mineral springs are important to us. So they represent both our history and our legacy. When the Yamparika Utes came to Steamboat in the summer, the first thing the elders did was bathe in the mineral springs to heal their bodies. They believed the waters were the blood of Mother Earth, and they also bathed their horses in them before battle to imbue them with magical powers and strength. The mineral springs are one of the reasons that they came to Steamboat, and would probably still be doing so today if it were possible. James Crawford came to Steamboat on the advice of a hermit who touted the beauty and value of the mineral springs. Crawford was the first white settler to the area, and he staked his claim on an aspen tree near the Steamboat Spring. At the time, that was Colorado's only natural geyser. The town is named for this spring. Crawford settled the town because of the extensive mineral springs network that we had and their potential to make Steamboat a world-class spa destination. At the turn of the century, the mineral springs drew tourists from across the country for the healing powers. At the Cabin Hotel, where the library is now, guests were given a glass with a slice of lemon to fill at the famous soda spring. Most recently, rare worms were found in Sulphur Spring that exist nowhere else on Earth, leading to the National Natural Landmark status for that spring. We don't know what we will find in the future or what other secrets the springs hold or how they impact our environment, but we do know that these unique natural and geologic treasures are worthy, excuse me, of protections. And we'll go to the next slide and back to Candace.
So there's several concerns that led Partners in Preservation to prioritize this and was really the catalyst for Danny and I to come to the city. Due to development, we've lost two key springs. Not only did we lose the Steamboat Springs, which was a geyser and was an impressive geyser that chugged and shot up in the air. When the railroad was built in 1908, it had to blast into the hillside, and that spring was diminished to what we see today. As well, the soda spring that was a favorite to drink out of when the highway was repositioned in the 1980s, that spring literally was destroyed. It's now just a hole with leaves in it. The Iron Springs city staff has reported that there were large changes with the behavior and environment around the Iron Spring after the CMC new road was built above it. And then the Lake Spring we know is comprised of several springs piped together. That used to be a natural wetland with individual springs. Now that's all piped into a lake. So we've got 4 springs that have been greatly impacted, if not destroyed, by human development. What we know is that we can have all the best intentions in the world and still hurt our mineral springs, which is our namesake. We also know that minimal research has been done over the past 100 years. So we're very grateful that city staff and city council had put the budget in to be able to launch a USGS study this year, actually. And Danny will talk a little bit more about that study. The museum is a committed funding partner for that study as well. And we know that understanding our natural assets and understanding how human development can impact them will also be able to help us guide policies and protections. We know we don't yet understand the networks and the water flow, and so it's difficult to create policies and protections around that if we don't even understand our assets because we haven't studied them in 100 years.
We'll go to the next slide. So what does the future look like for the springs? We're looking at long-term preservation efforts, and that's going to require research. So Candace mentioned the USGS study. That's a 3-year study that's going to measure various data points of the mineral content, contaminants, temperature, and flow of the springs located in the downtown area. And that's to determine the water sources in order to protect the springs for future development and maintenance by the city. There are quite a few deferred maintenance projects, and we want to make we are very cognizant of the safety of the springs when we're doing those. As Candace mentioned, the Tread of Pioneers is a funding partner, and they've taken the lead on identifying some grants and creating an MOU for this study. Education is another aspect of it. So last year, the Tread of Pioneers, Steamboat Creates, the City of Steamboat Springs, and input from a historian and geologist allowed for us to create new mineral signs that were installed at each of the city-owned springs. These educate the public about our history, our heritage, and the value of the springs. There is additional outreach and education needed, and that also needs to happen at all levels of the city staff so that everyone's on the same page as to the value of the springs and the steps that we need to take to protect those springs. So we're looking for a commitment to our heritage and protections for our springs from the city and Parks and Rec. The purpose of private individuals on the committee is simply to alleviate the work for Parks and Rec in the city. So the individual committee jobs would be to do things like researching new grants, bringing them to the attention, helping with outreach, and helping with community perception of the value of the springs. And we'll go back to Candace.
And the next slide, please. Thank you. So aside from forming the official committee that would work under Parks and Rec, we would also be seeking approval from City Council to allow for historic landmark status and create protections around the springs. We're also looking for a resolution from the city, as you do, to actually talk about the legacy and the value of the springs and a commitment to protections. We would like a commitment from the city to have more of a careful and cautious approach to city infrastructure. I know there's a whole backlog of things that need to be done. For instance, I know there's steps there's steps supposed to be built over by the D hole so that people can get in and out of the river. And just looking at it here again this winter, there's a spring that's actually popping up right there where the steps were supposed to be. So because the springs are these elusive creatures, we want to make sure to really look at what their behavior is and understand more about them before we do infrastructure. We hope that our research and the results of the USGS study will help the city and its stakeholders better understand human impacts on the springs. And as a community, we believe that we want to be proactive and create plans and policies for protection of the entire watershed system that includes the springs and the Yampa River. We're really thankful that the USGS was able to come in with this very generous study and grant that they're able to match with city funds and the museum. And we think that the formation of this committee can help further the protection and policies for the mineral springs. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm going to briefly go through the proposed charter was included as an attachment in your packet. It talks about the background and purpose, scope, and the scope really being to highlight some points to advise, assist, and make recommendations to city staff on policies, procedures, and plans. The membership of the committee is 5 committee members, 1 Parks and Rec Commission member, 1 Parks and Recreation staff member, 2 community members, and 1 local geologist, hydrologist, or science-based expert. Responsibilities of the committee is to complete research studies, look at funding and grants, make recommendations on best practices, make recommendations on improvements, policy recommendations, and assist with historic designation. An organizational aspect is a member of the Parks, Trails, Open Space Division staff member will serve as the committee coordinator. The committee will meet as needed. And cooperation and coordination, the committee's, per the charter, is to prioritize time and activities based on guidance from staff, the Parks and Recreation Commission, and City Council. So we're trying to provide guidance and really use this as a research group. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, let's start with Gail. Any questions, Gail?
Yes, I had just a couple of questions. And so more about the committee, how does the committee get formed? I mean, in terms of who appoints the committee members?
Sure. City staff will appoint the original committee members. The Parks and Recreation Commissioner will be self-elected among Parks and Recreation Commission, and then moving forward, the committee will make reappointments.
So it'll be the committee that will make the appointments?
Yes.
Okay.
After its origination.
And I was also curious, just, about the composition of the committee and certainly from the perspective of the Historic Preservation Commission and whether or not there was consideration of having them have a spot on the committee.
Absolutely. We looked at numerous renditions of how to establish the committee. In the charter, if you looked under membership, there's a second section, and it also references pulling in different people, whether it's from planning, historic preservation, engineering, other science-based experts as needed based upon the topic. So we don't envision every meeting only having 5 people. We imagine those 5 people being the core, and then other people coming and going as needed based upon the topic at the time.
Mm-hmm. No, I did see that. As I said, I was just really more curious about, why they wouldn't have a permanent spot.
Gotcha.
Again, just because of the historical value of the springs.
It can definitely be changed if it was specifically just for historic designation in that process. I believe the vision is to have that done relatively soon. And as this committee evolves over time, that specialty might not be needed 3 or 4 years or 5 years from now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Heather?
I don't have any questions.
Great. Joella.
That always makes me nervous. It seems to me that there's one ingredient missing from this proposal, and that is how we give not lip service, but really honor and involve the Ute people. I would really like to see, and I know this may be a search, but I would like to see a member of that community on this committee on a long-term basis.
Angela,
That's
is
all.
there something that I could speak to since we work with the Ute tribe? Is there something that you'd like me to address or no?
Sure, go ahead, Candace.
Sure. So I could just address that. I think that between the city or the committee, we can certainly have that as a goal and definitely support that sentiment for sure. However, our experience has been that integrating the Ute tribe in a more consistent way like that has been a challenge, simply because they're busy and a lot of times live in different areas and things like that. But I think it's certainly something that we could look at and have as a goal, at least as some sort of advisor. And we would look to History Colorado Center, who've done wonderful Ute exhibits and other outreach to be able to see who that person might be, as far as being a long-term regular member and meeting regularly. That might be difficult for someone who's living several hours away. But I do think we could do that in some sort of advisory capacity. Thanks.
Thank you.
Michael?
Well, it's minor in a sense that, with this kind of commission, we have Planning Commission, Parks and Rec Commission, compensation comes with ski passes and golf passes and things like that. Is that something you guys are trying to consider as well? Or is it more just a full volunteer position for the honor of the Mineral Springs?
Was
a
a
full
steering committee. This is different. This is a steering committee. It is not a commission.
Cool, thank you.
All right. Okay, Eddie?
No questions.
All right, Dakota.
I'm curious if maybe having one more science-based expert versus two community members, like one community member and two science-based experts, since this is really a research and data-driven committee, might be useful. And then to Joella's point, maybe it doesn't have to be a Ute person per se, but some sort of native person to have that voice, I think is also beneficial, but I understand the challenges there. And I like the idea of it being a goal of just some sort of involvement, maybe not a full-on commitment. But do you think that these are questions, right? Yeah, I guess, is there talk of having more than one science-based expert?
There was definitely some. And again, depending on the topic at hand, there will likely be at some meetings various science-based experts. If we're reviewing one of the studies that comes back from USGS, we'll be learning from all of them and their science-based experts. We really, this is brand new, right? We haven't done it. We haven't tested it to see what works well. Parks and Rec Commission and staff did want to keep the group small to be working, but I wouldn't say anybody is necessarily stuck on that. We could revise, just receiving the feedback we received tonight of potentially 3 different changes to the committee. We can take another stab at it and see what we can do to make it flexible.
Okay, great, thank you.
I appreciate the fact that you say that there's no fiscal impact at this time. But I think if you read a little bit further, you find that there could be fiscal impact in the future. I just would want to caution, my concern is with the steering committee, would there be an expectation of support in the future?
Yeah, we talked about that a bit. The committee The staff members, so when we talk about the coordination, that's the Parks, Trails, and Open Space Division. So currently the manager of that division is Craig Robinson. And during our annual budget process, all of our different divisions, just like all throughout the city, come forward with various budget requests. It will be mine and Craig's job to do the initial vetting and to set priorities, and then it will come through the traditional budget process for adoption by council.
Okay. All right, only because it says Mineral Spring maintenance has suffered from deferred maintenance over the years and continual maintenance is required to meet standards. I'd like to understand somewhere in the future what those standards are.
Yes, us too.
All right, so.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
So I appreciate Candace, you saying that it's hard to get in touch with the mountain Utes. I'm struggling with the fact that this isn't something that's going to be an everyday meeting, nor week, nor month. And it will be when development arises or change comes in some way, shape, or form, or initial study. I would agree with Joella that I believe that this is something that we can do and should do to have an individual from the Ute tribe on this committee. I think it would go far to actually incorporate the people that came here and were actually the ones that were in these springs initially and discovered them and showed us where they were. So as much as I want to believe that an advisory role would work, I believe that we can have a stronger hand on this and have a Ute individual here for the frequency that this committee will be meeting. I don't think it's a hard ask.
All right, I think you've kind of heard. Does anyone have any more comments about that? I'd like to take some public comment. And is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on the formation of the steering committee? All right, seeing none, is there anyone in the virtual audience that would like to make a comment? Please either unmute or put your hand up for us. Okay, again, not seeing any, so I'll pull it back to council. It sounds to me like we're in agreement that we want to allow you folks to move forward with that. The one piece is the membership. And is there any more comment from anyone on Joella and Heather's comments? Eddie?
Totally agree with Joella and Heather.
Okay, Dakota? Gail?
No, I support that. But I also would like to see a permanent position with the Historic Preservation Commission.
Well, we'll take those comments back. We've heard from you folks. Michael? All right, thumbs up. All right, so do you have enough to move forward, Angela?
Yes, I do. We'll make some changes to the membership section before we authorize it.
Back. Okay, and so Dagny and Candace, thank you so much for the presentation this evening. Angela, thank you. And we'll see you back shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. All right, so we're going to move to our consent agenda. Items on the consent calendar may be reviewed and commented upon in the same manner as other agenda items. Any member of the council or the public may request withdrawal of any item from the consent calendar for future discussion at any time prior to the approval. If these items are not removed, they may be approved with a single motion. And we have two this evening. Number 7, resolution approving submittal of ADOLA Innovative Housing Development Incentives Grant request for the Steamboat Springs Barn Village Essential Employee Housing Project. And number 8, a resolution approving the submittal of ADOLA Innovative Housing Strategies Planning Grant to promote affordable housing.
Madam President, there's also a 9th item.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
can
First,
consent 9 too. Yeah.
first reading of an ordinance providing a schedule for appointments to the Planning Commission seats in 2022. Would anyone like to pull any of those?
I'd like to pull 9.
Okay. All right, so I'll accept a motion for approval for resolution 7 and 8.
Move to approve 7 and 8 as written.
Again.
All right, a motion by Sloop, second by Dakota. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. All right, so we'll move to item number 9, first reading of an ordinance, and you pulled that.
You did. Dan, when I was looking through this and you and I spoke yesterday, because I had a couple questions, you know, I'm happy that we have 2 incumbents that would like to continue on and are willing to go the course. I'm troubled with Mr. Patach having some concessions with his wanting to stay. And I'm curious if there is not an option 4. where we could appoint the two that want to be here to do the work and then actually put out there for one person to apply for Mr. Patach's seat. I struggle with the golf pass as the contingency to stay on. I think that's, I just won't say what I think.
So the answer to your question is yes, you could mix and match. You could select one of these options for the two commissioners that wish to stay on and one of the other options for the seat of the commissioner who did not intend to reapply.
Okay, so I would like your guys' feedback on this, but I would propose that we keep the two that want to stay because, I mean, the whole point of Gail's, thought process of bringing this back was to kind of have the consistency of the commission. My thought is we can continue with that consistency, move up the alternate to the actual position, and then have the applicant be the alternate for the next round. That's my opinion. I think realistically, we're looking for consistency, and I guess I'm looking to you, Gail, to see if you think that that would be a good thing. I really don't feel warm and fuzzy about Mr. Patach saying he'll stay on just because he wants a golf pass.
Okay, so Joella, comments?
I was going to ask Gail.
Okay.
And I just have a question, I guess, in terms of a clarification. Are you saying just to extend those two positions through the interim, or are you saying?
Well, Dan, you're saying that we're going to give them the next.
You could reappoint to full terms through 2025, or you could just delay that process for those two seats and leave those two commissioners in their existing seats.
I think we delay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would not sure that I'm in favor of just reappointing because I do believe we would need to give other people anybody an opportunity that wants to serve on the
I think it's just a
commission.
delay, but then you open up the alternate seat for the actual term.
Right, because we're only talking a few months for the alternate to actually,
Right.
be the member.
So that's my thought.
Okay, Joella?
I thought I was following that, but the pieces moved too fast for me. There was one option that was listed in this, which is to interview candidates to be appointed to the 3 seats. And it says could ensure a measure of continuity by reappointing the 2 commissioners who've indicated that they would like to be reappointed. A new member would replace the commissioner who does not wish to continue. And that could, as I understand it, that could be the alternate.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah.
So maybe I actually did keep track of.
You did, you're good.
All right.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah. I have preferred that from the get-go, but I also have a question. This issue of the golf pass, is that golf pass something that is given to the commissioners? So it seems to me, without recommending it, that the alternate would be that golf pass would be prorated for the term that this commissioner remains until whenever that is. July, if I recall from looking through this.
All right. Oh, okay, so you're not getting what I'm saying. So I don't want him on if he
know.
doesn't want to be on.
That's Plan X over here.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Okay, all right, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I mean, we have, the intent of this is to keep the conversation, the continuity of where we're going right now. And if Mr. Patak does not want to stay on and we don't want to honor, I mean, if anyone was going to stay on to the extent of this, their compensation would be a golf pass. And so if come July, he loses his golf pass, then he can stay on and help us. I'm fine with that, so I can go either way on that one. Specifically right now, I'm just looking at continuity and not having to re-educate some new council members in everything we've done in the past, 12 months to 18 months.
All right, thank you. Eddie?
I want a golf pass.
Right?
You don't get one on council.
No, I know.
You don't get
No, I
one.
agree with Heather. I mean, Mr. Patach, if he did not intend to reply, but if it's the only thing that's going to keep him on there is a golf pass, then, don't reapply. So.
Thank you. Dakota?
Yeah, sorry, one second. I am in favor of letting the 3 seats stay until July, at which point, I think, like Gail said, having them be open for whoever wants the opportunity. And I guess I'm curious how that might change the election term. It seemed like there was some sort of administration work that might be
Let's
involved.
let Dan answer that, okay?
Sure. So we have a provision in the charter that says planning commission terms of 3 years. And then we have a code provision that says terms continue until a reappointment is made. So if there's a delay in a reappointment, then the incumbents just sort of stay in for an extra period of time. So I think that if you just sort of push things back for 3 months and then you reappoint at that point, then we're going to have those terms will be up in July. Usually we look at this in March, and that might be a little bit of an administrative headache to track. And then also you would have this issue of planning commissioner terms ending in the middle of the golf season. And we would probably have this issue that Mr. Patak has raised coming up again. So my suggestion was if we just delay until July, that we do it by ordinance and say that those terms are still going to come back up again in March of 2025.
Right.
But is that the assumption that we're going to delay it, but that we're still going to have 3 new applicants and then vote for them in July for the 2025 deadline?
Correct.
Right.
It's just a shortened,
Shorter term.
got it. Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, that's what I support.
All right, great. Gail?
So I'm sorry, who's the alternate?
So that's what I'm proposing, that the alternate we interview, what is it, next week or in 2 weeks? That we interview that alternate now, and that person starts now. And there's no issue with their term. And that, Mr. Leedy and Ms. Hearns will basically just we'll push them till July, but then we'll advertise for them in July.
I have a question on that. What if we tell Mr. Patak that we cannot, offer the full golf pass, but still offer him to finish his term?
We already did that.
Counter offer his offer.
I just think I think we're barking up a tree that we don't need to. If we, in my opinion, if we did an interview process for one alternate position, you're keeping the continuity of the planning commission as it stands. I mean, the alternate now is there, so there would be no issue with having
fine
them
with
move
that.
up.
Yeah.
And maybe just another question. So on the application, do people apply for the alternate position, or they just, okay,
just
so
say
it's,
apply.
and we appoint the alternate?
Okay, so I don't want to go any further in the weeds with this. All
Okay,
right.
well, I'm just trying to.
Sorry.
So, Dan, what I'm hearing is that you would like to extend 2 people's terms for a few more months. And then we would also like to interview for the alternates position, or for a position that will be vacated by Mr. Patak at our next meeting. And then at some point, we will be interviewing for 3 positions, probably July or August,
Oh, see, that's not what
That'd
we're
be 2
saying.
Positions,
2
right?
positions.
plus the alternate.
No, so I'm saying we, by ordinance, when we do our interview, whenever it is, in a couple weeks, we say, yep, that's the person. And then by ordinance, we say, we want the person that's been the alternate to take the alternate position. And then the person we interviewed turns into the alternate.
So you would like to extend the Levy and Hearns terms for 3 months,
Yes.
change Hearns from an alternate to a regular
Actual.
member for that 3-month period?
No, for perpetuity.
No, they have to interview
Why?
because their term is up.
Opportunity to come in.
Because there's other people that might be interested in the position as well. My look at this is
But they could be interested right now and apply right now.
If Mr. Patak does not want to apply, we have one position open and we have two that we're extending. If we have a position open, the alternate automatically moves into that position. And then we could interview for everything in July or August.
The alternate would not automatically become a regular member.
It would be the alternate, but when there's a vacancy, they have the opportunity to vote.
So if you, yes, so if you do nothing until July, Mr. Patak's term ends because he chooses not to continue, and you would have 6 regular members and 1 alternate. The alternate would effectively be a regular member until the reappointment in July.
Okay, and then we would interview for all the positions
In July,
at some point.
with the idea to appoint in July.
So Dan, would the easiest thing to be to tell Mr. Patak that he's not coming back?
Well, I think what you would do is give us direction to proceed with option number 2, which is postpone this appointment process till July. And then if
see
Mr.
who-
Patak doesn't wish to continue, then he can just resign his seat and we'll have a vacancy which you can fill in
Okay,
July.
and he doesn't get a golf pass.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
I get his
I'm good
golf
with
pass.
that.
I
Okay,
get his golf pass.
all right. We'll work on that for you, Eddie. All right,
Call
so,
dibs.
oh, don't
Rebecca,
even
do you
go
have
there.
a question?
What a word. Do I have agreement on this side of the room? for
That's
that?
fine. That's fine.
Agreement on this side of the room? Do you have enough information to move
And I,
forward?
and I understand, Heather, what you're saying about Mr. Patak, but if the 2 other alternate, if Mr. Levy and Ms. Hearns are going to continue until July, and we're going to have a new appointment, then all 3 of them get golf passes until July. So I
And then
don't-
and
then it's a whole nother deal. So I mean,
And
if
it's gone.
it's gone, but I mean, up until July, all 3 of them,
Correct.
including Patak, gets to have a golf pass, but he doesn't get it through the summer.
Right,
Well,
correct.
that's what he's
he wants.
requesting.
He
to
wants
the
it.
end
He wants
of
it
the
for the
2022
summer. when
season.
End of summer?
He wants it for the whole summer.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm, now I'm a little bit confused. Is Patak going to stay on until July or
No,
are we
we're gonna
opening
give-
that up?
we're going to give him the option, as we do with the other 3 people.
Thank you.
With this
3,
direction, he'll
including
have a
the-
choice that he needs to.
Yes.
Because the current term ends on the 31st of March, correct?
Correct.
Well, no, it doesn't end until you appoint a
We
new
appoint
person
a
to the
new-
seat.
Ah, good point.
So
Okay,
the ordinance should read we want to read through July 31st or August?
All right,
No,
so
it's-
option 2 would be no ordinance. You're
Okay,
just
fine.
gonna.
We're just, okay, fine.
Schedule the reappointment process for July,
All right.
and the terms will extend for 3 months just by the terms of the existing.
So
code
can we,
provision.
charter.
can we just do interviews the first week of July then and just put it on the books
Yep, but I mean, you can do the interviews
in June?
in March and say the appointments are effective whenever you want in July. So
Oh, good point.
Okay, well, why don't we just do interviews in like late May, March or late May, June then? And then that way they're effective whenever we want them to be.
I think it'd be interesting if we went ahead with the interviews on a normal schedule.
Right.
Because at that point, we would have an indication of who is interested. We know 2 of our current commissioners are, but there may be a
Others.
number of other people. And if they are interviewing, we've got them involved and we've got them, hopefully, if they're good interviewees, watching what we do between now and July so that they're a little more up to speed, which is what we're also concerned about in terms of continuity.
So would we have the caveat in the interview process that, hey, we're going to interview you in 2 weeks, but you're not going to get the job till July?
sure, I think we'd want to let people know what the process is going to be.
Are we in agreement that we would like to continue the interview progress on its scheduled timeline?
Sure.
Thumbs up, thumbs down
Thumbs up.
For March?
for March.
I mean, I guess my only
I think it'll be
concern is
scary.
anybody, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what would be, have we discouraged anybody?
Have we
Um,
advertised for these positions already?
Yeah.
Okay, then I would go forward then.
I think it'll be skewed. And if we don't have a huge pool of applicants, we can always at that time go, you know what? We're not going to make a decision tonight. We're going to push.
Okay.
All right,
We have that right.
forward with. Thank you.
I do, thank you.
All right, great. All right, so now we will move to commission reports, and our first one is Parks and Rec Commission report. Angela?
I have no report for you. It's a summary of the meeting and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Angela tonight? All right, city attorney report. Angela, thank you. City attorney reports with the noise ordinance.
Yes, there were some questions last month about the noise ordinance and how it works. Not entirely sure how deep of a dive you wanted to take into this. I do have a few slides I can walk you through if you'd like, or I can just open it up to questions.
Would anybody like a presentation? Or are we okay with just questions for Dan?
Questions are good.
Questions?
I was gonna say, I think it might be good to understand. Or from my perspective, I'd like to understand
Well,
it
then
better.
let's do it. That way we will, and then the public will understand as well.
And I think in preparation for next week's work session, I think information on this will be helpful.
Duly noted.
You can share your screen. It's share the screen. Yeah, I don't know. That's Merrick still. Yeah.
Hey, Dan, I have a question for you about the whole planning thing. So can we do the ordinance to appoint and say it at a date certain? So like we could literally interview these people in March and then go the appointments on July 1?
Yes, and I think that you could do that even without an ordinance. You just do that in the resolution.
Or whatever, the resolution. So you can do it that way. So we can say on July 1, you're done, these people are up.
Yes, I think, the code is a little bit silent on that point. I mean, usually the appointments take place right away.
Right.
But I think it's within your discretion to,
And it's one reading, correct?
yeah, resolution you just hear once.
Right. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Would you like to just follow along in your packets?
Would love that.
Let's get started. Thank you.
Okay, so the basic element of the noise ordinance is it prohibits the making of excessive and unusual noises. And then the related piece is that there is a table that sets forth maximum decibel readings in various zone districts. And there's a distinction made between daylight hours and nighttime hours. So that's the basic rule. No unusual or excessive noises. And then there's a definition of what those are in terms of decibels. Now it's not necessary to have a decibel reading in order to prove a noise violation in court. If you have video or testimony of witnesses or so forth, you can proceed without a decibel reading. So there's, sort of two different ways that a violation can be charged and prosecuted in municipal court. And when these tickets are cited to municipal court, it's just like any other kind of ticket. The person who's the subject can plead guilty and pay a fine, or they can dispute the ticket, in which case they can get a trial to the court, and then the judge would decide whether or not the evidence is sufficient to support the violation. The next slide sets forth the decibel readings that apply if there's going to be a noise measurement. And as you can see, the limits are lowest in residential zone districts and highest in industrial. Ag recreation is about the same as residential, and commercial is sort of in between. And then one thing to keep in mind is that these decibel numbers are not a linear scale, they're logarithmic. So that means 55 decibels is half as loud as 58 decibels. So the reason for this logarithmic scale is apparently, and I'm mostly just regurgitating what I read online, the range of sound pressures is enormous. So if you had a linear scale, the numbers would go from like 1 to 4 million or something like that. And so this logarithmic scale is intended to reduce it to a little more manageable number. Moving on to the next slide. The city's noise ordinance has a large variety of exemptions. There are exemptions for specified activities like street sweeping and trash removal and snow removal and so forth. There are also exemptions for noises that are caused at permitted events. So if you get a special activity permit to run the free concert series, that comes along with an exemption from the noise ordinance. And then finally, and most recently, we added sort of a variance process to the noise ordinance. When I started working here about 20 years ago, the variance provision just basically said the city manager could waive the rules whenever he or she or they wished. We had a request from the Sheraton to allow them to blow their whistle in the afternoon, which is like kind of part of the Starwood branding campaign. And at that point, we kind of decided maybe we needed to have a better process. And so we now have criteria for when variances would be appropriate. And, basically it's, does the applicant really need to do something? And is there no other way to do it? And would it cause a hardship and so forth? If these are temporary in nature, the city manager can approve them. If they are more long-term, I think the code says 2 years, then the council would approve those, and every 2 years would revisit to determine whether they should be extended. Next slide is a brief summary of the state statute. And the state statute basically has the same basic rule as the city, which is there's a prohibition on excessive and unusual noise. And then it also has a table of what what the limits are in terms of decibels if there's going to be a measurement. The state also has some exemptions for specified activities and events. The state list is somewhat different than ours, but conceptually it's the same sort of thing. The real differences between the state statute and city's ordinance is the state doesn't have this variance procedure that we adopted recently. And the state decibel table is a little bit different, although it's pretty similar in the sense of it distinguishes between residential and commercial and industrial zone districts. Going on to the next slide. In terms of our authority to do something, there are some very narrow sort of carve outs where the state says that we can't regulate more restrictively than the state does. And that has to do with noise from off-road vehicles, electric utilities, and shooting ranges. Otherwise, we have clear authority to impose restrictions that are more restricted than state law. I think that if you wanted to be less restrictive, we would have authority to do that. There is some statutory language that might suggest otherwise, but I'd say that sound is about as local as it gets, and I think that we'd have a pretty good chance of being less restrictive if you wanted to be. And I didn't include this in the written materials, but I did sort of skim briefly through a few noise ordinances from other communities. Most of them have a setup that's similar to ours. You've got the general ban on excessive and unusual noise. You've got a decibel table, and then you've got some collection of exemptions and variance proceedings. And then there are a couple of communities I looked at that had extremely simple noise ordinances that just said you can't make excessive and unusual noise, and that's about it. 1 or 2 sentences and no list of exemptions or variances. So I think there is there's a range of changes that you could make to the noise ordinance if you wanted to. At this point, staff has not really gotten much feedback from anybody that the substance of our regulations needs changing. I think we do get comments about how effectively we enforce these regulations, but as far as the substance, not recommending any changes at this time. And so with that, I would open it up to questions if you have any.
Are there any questions?
In your research with other communities, did you see anything of a weekday versus weekend time policy?
That did come up frequently in the context of construction activities. Like many communities will just either exempt construction activities or treat them as industrial activities with very high industrial noise limits during weekday construction hours. Otherwise, I didn't see a whole lot of distinction between weekdays and weekends.
Okay. We're just asking Dan, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Joella?
Do we have much of a history of noise complaints?
Yes.
We do. We, I think usually they are in the context of people too loud in the hot tub late at night. Sometimes events cause noise complaints, and, Gary can weigh in here too, because I think a lot of these come to his office. We have had issues in Fairview, because that is an area where we have industrial uses very close to residential uses. About 10 years ago, we had a sort of an ongoing and sort of uncorrectable problem with noise from B&K Distributing disturbing the neighbor across the street. And that actually ended up leading to a trial in municipal court. We had more recently had a problem with noise complaints from residents of the Betterview residential subdivision that is directly adjacent to our snow storage facility. And that was also a kind of an intractable problem where there was really no good solution. And so, yeah, we've had a range of different types of noise complaints over the years. And I don't know, Gary, you want to jump in?
Yeah, they're infrequent, I would say, typically associated with fireworks and dogs. Downtown noise, snow removal. Just had one this week, as a matter of fact, for downtown noise and snow removal in the middle of the night. And that's when we have to get the snow moved off of Lincoln Street so we can have parking and so forth. And and I've had noise complaints on rodeo. So yeah, mostly special events and downtown noise. But they're infrequent. I might get maybe 3 or 4 a year. So maybe every few months I'll get a noise complaint.
So in your opinion, Dan, and in your opinion, Gary, are we properly enforcing the ordinance that's on the books?
Yes, I do think that we are. When I say that we get comments about the effectiveness of our enforcement, sometimes we have individuals who think that a certain type of noise should be prosecuted or prosecutable, and they may not be correct about that.
And I think so too. I think our police department uses a standard of reasonableness. And somebody's loud and there's a complaint and the people don't settle down, they'll have to take additional action. So yeah, but we're not going out with bands with armies of people with decibel meters trying to ticket people. So that has not been our philosophy. We use a standard of reasonableness typically. And when we did have that application for the Steamboat whistle, I think it went through the proper process. I have provided noise exemptions typically for parties, for amplified music, for weddings. And I'll typically say, okay, music stops at 10 o'clock and put some conditions on that. So, but I don't arm them with decibel meters and say, okay, you need to, make sure your band doesn't, exceed this many decibels. So it's worked out fine, I think, with a standard of reasonableness, and haven't had a problem with it.
And what I've heard is not a huge number of complaints relative to either vacation home rentals or short-term rentals. You've given us a whole smorgasbord of other things that happened. Am I missing something?
No, but I would say that when we talk about short-term rentals and vacation rentals, and in particular, the 3 strikes policy, we may need to sort of finesse the enforcement policy, because I think right now the idea is people are noisy, the neighbors are unhappy, the police see their principal goal is restoring peace in the neighborhood and not necessarily writing a ticket. And that kind of enforcement policy might not be consistent with the idea that once a complaint is made, if it's substantiated and there's more than 3 in a year, then we're going to take enforcement action. So we're going to need to work on that a little bit, I think, as we work through the short-term rental process.
Does that search for solution happens when we're talking about short-term rental policy, or does it happen in re-examining the existing ordinance, or both?
I think the existing ordinance provides the necessary tools. It's a question of what our enforcement policy is and how quick we are to issue a ticket instead of asking people to quiet down.
Thank you.
Michael, anything?
No, I just think I'm glad we have this policy in place. That's good for us to review it and talk about it. Like you said, I don't think there's been a problem with us already having it. And so I think that by bringing it up and talking about it, we'll get the enforcement on more stringent levels later. But it's nice that we at least review this. So Dan, thanks for bringing it up.
All right, Eddie,
No, just thanks for getting this to us, Dan. That's all I have.
Dakota.
Yeah, so for clarification, does a ticket need to be written in order to substantiate a complaint?
Are you talking about in the context of the 3 strikes rule?
Yes.
Right. So yes, a ticket has to be written, and then that ticket gets processed in the municipal court. And if it results in a conviction, then it can be a basis for one of those 3 strikes. If it goes to court and it's dismissed because the prosecutor thinks that she can't prove the case, or it's dismissed for other reasons, then know that it can't provide a basis for being one of those 3 strikes.
I'm curious then if, yeah, I don't want to get into the weeds here, get too specific, but if, if there's like 5, like maybe there's a different way to measure those versus like other types of strikes. Noise ordinances, you get capped at like 5 a year or something like that versus.
So I think we're getting into an STR conversation, and let's not do that. We have a noise ordinance here. It was requested that it be brought forward to us. Do we feel comfortable, given today, that we feel good with this going forward? If through conversation moving forward, we choose to revisit it, there would be an appropriate time to do that based on the conversations we're having about STRs.
I have discomfort with an 11 o'clock during the week timeframe. I'm sorry. I think it's late. And, most of these noise ordinances, whether they be vacationers or people doing fireworks, happen in a residential area. And I struggle with how and why we would not want to limit the noise ordinance and kind of tighten that up during the week.
Isn't it 10 o'clock, not 11?
It's 11. From what he said.
It says in the packet that
It's
9 hours
11.
begin at 11 PM. and
Right.
end at 7 AM.
Yeah. So yes, those are the night hours.
So I would want to revisit maybe an earlier weeknight limit on that. And that's my personal feelings. I do know that, yeah, summertime is different, but we have the majority of our tourism happening during the night, when the night gets early. And so why are we partying till 11 in the middle of winter? And people are trying to work and go to school the next day.
Thank you. Gail, did you have comments or questions?
I would just support an earlier than 11 PM restriction during the week.
So I would point out that the decibel limits in residential zone districts don't change. They're the same at night and in the daytime. That night and day limit of them is relevant in the commercial and industrial zones.
Oh, okay. Right. That's a good point. Thanks, Dan.
All right, so we're comfortable with allowing this to sit as is until we have further conversations on STRs where we might need to come back to this. All right, I see agreement there. All right, great. Thank you all for that.
Thanks. That's all I have in my report.
Dan, thanks for
Thank
bringing
you.
that forward to us. We have minutes, regular minutes, regular meeting February 1st and regular meeting February 8th. Is there any corrections or changes to the February 1st minutes? None. Any for the February 8th minutes? None. All right. A motion to approve the two sets of minutes, please.
Move to approve the two sets of minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We have Joella making the motion and Eddie seconding it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes 7-0. All right. Julie, thank you for preparing those for us. All right, so now executive session. To discuss the topic set forth below, the specific citation to the provision or provisions of CRS 246402 subsection 4 that authorizes city council to meet in an executive session is set out below. The description of the topic is intended to identify the particular matter to be discussed in as much detail as possible without compromising the purpose for which the executive session is authorized. Number one, CRS 246402 4B, conferences with an attorney for the local public body for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. Mere presence or participation of an attorney at an executive session of the local public body is not sufficient to satisfy the requirements of this subsection 4. And number two, CRS 246402 4EI, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategies for negotiations, and instructing negotiators. These items pertain to CS4L, Court Sports for Life Amendment Request. I would accept a motion to move into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Michael, a second by Joella. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, none opposed. We move into executive with a 7-0 vote.
fibrous tissue. Not so hot. I did a thing called a Dupuytren's contracture, which is like a sort of like a fibrous tissue that like kind of pulls your finger down. They inject something in it to dissolve it.
Gross.
It was like 20 minutes of needle, just injecting and.
Okay, folks, we are on the air.
Oh, you know.
We are on the air.
Would love to.
Okay. The time is now 9:10 and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were
Gail Gary.
Dakota McGinley.
Eddie Briones.
Dan Foot.
Gary Suter.
Michael Buccino.
Joella West.
Heather Sloop.
Angela Cosby, Alexis Wolf, and Rebecca Bessie.
And Tom and Robin Crossan. Okay, for the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, I'm so happy we had a great meeting tonight. We accomplished a lot and I
Say what we just.
oh, and I'm sorry, we have to direct our legal team to negotiate for us on a contract.
Thank you.
All right. So anything else for the evening?
Move to adjourn.
Thank you very much.
Second.
All right, move to adjourn by Sloop, second by West. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all for a great meeting.
Thanks, everyone.